Yeah, take this one. I'll take this one back here. I'm not sure whose notes those are.
These are my notes.
Oh, okay.
You're right kind of here?
Yes, yes. Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Okay, I'm going to call the Design Review meeting back to order, and we are going to go very quickly through items 7, 8, 9, and then close the meeting, and then we're going to move to our joint meeting. So board member reports, hopefully no. Do you guys have any department reports specific to DRB that couldn't necessarily be shared at the joint meeting?
No.
Okay, and then therefore adjournment. So the regular meeting of the Design Review Board meeting is adjourned. There you go. Mike.
We'd like to call to order the joint Design Review CHB meeting, and I have a network error here all of a sudden. I left the building. Okay, hang on. We'll share. Okay. So firstly, we'll need a roll call for both boards.
Okay, for DRB, let the record reflect that all board members are present except for Chair Kincaid. And for Cultural Heritage Board, all board members are present except for Board Member DeShazo, Board Member Murphy, and Board Member DeBacher.
Thank you. With that, then we'll have the approval of the minutes, and that is reverted back to Casey, to your board.
Board members, any corrections or comments about the minutes? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. Excuse me for taking a second to get settled here. If I'm not mistaken, at the very end of the minutes, where I asked the 3 questions, here we go. In question number 3, in question number 2, there we go. Will the city's historic resources inventory be updated? What I actually asked was, when would that happen? It was kind of like, we've been talking about it. I wondered if we had movement on that. And then the second correction is, the second part is, it is in the Cultural Heritage Board's charge, and the inventory has not been done. It's not that the inventory hasn't been done, it's the update hasn't been done. We aren't working without an inventory. I don't want us looking that bad, okay? So if we could make those 2 corrections, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, board members, any further comments or corrections? Okay. As modified, your votes, please. We're going to do a roll call.
The Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board approve minutes as an administrative. So there's not a formal
Okay,
vote.
the minutes will stand with those modifications. Otherwise, it's printed.
Thank you, Casey. We'll move on to the statement of purpose. The review authority, collectively here, both bodies, shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project with the city's design guidelines, cultural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements. And I'll blend CHP with that. So at this time, if there are any members of the public that are here to speak on any matter as a public hearing other than the agenda items, you may come forward and speak. Hearing no one, we'll close the public comment and we'll look at statements of abstention. Are there any members of either board wishing to abstain tonight from any of the preceding?
This is Brett Cordenbrock. I need to abstain from item 6.2.
Thank you. Thank you, Brett. With that, we can commence with scheduled items. Yes. I know Bill's not here, but one of the things staff has desired us to do, and we're following that, is we're gonna have a slightly different sequence, and it assists the city, and it's as follows. We're gonna have the order of business, the staff presentation, staff question in the process of process and codes, the applicant presentation, and the public comment. Then we're going to look for a motion, a Robert's Rule motion. Then we're going to have comments, friendly amendments, discussion. So what we're doing here is we're focusing on questions to staff, but we directly from that point go to the applicant and their presentation, and we can combine any questions, curiosities you may have about the project. We can combine that after their presentation. That saves us some time. So with that, with item 6.1, we'd like to have staff share with us the latest.
Thank you, Chair Hedgepeth, Chair Edmondson, and members of the boards. My name is Adam Ross. I'm city planner here, and the project before you is the Turk Winery Village. It's located at 806 Donahue Street and 8 West 9th Street. The project includes the construction of 185-unit apartment complex, which consists of a mixed-use development, actually. 15 of those units are designated as very low income for, occupants for 55 years. It retains 18,600 square feet of commercial space, and the project includes 4 entitlements: landmark alteration permit, which is before you today; design review, which is preliminary before you today; the density bonus, which was already granted and signed by the zoning administrator, including both concessions; and the vacation of public right-of-way, which was approved in 2017 under City Council Resolution 2017-070. The project site is, the project site is located across the street from the DeTurk Round Barn at the DeTurk Winery building and the US bonded warehouse building. The existing elevations of the site, 2 roll-up doors, which are mentioned in the staff report and in the cultural resource surveys, the windows, and the existing street as well. Some project history. On May 9th, 2017, City Council adopted the vacation of right-of-way resolution, again, 2017-070. They also granted the density bonus, but in this case, it was revisited, so a new one was applied for and issued for this project. On December 6th, the Turk Winery Village project submitted an application for a new design review and landmark alteration permit. On January 17th, a joint concept design review meeting was held before the boards, both DRB and CHB. On April 17th, in response to issues letters by staff, the applicant submitted a revised set of plans. The general plan land use designation is Transit Village Medium, which allows 25 to 40 units per acre. Project complies with the general plan and the following ways. It maintains a diversity of neighborhoods and various housing stocks, pursues Santa Rosa's housing needs through increased densities. It expands the supply of housing and preserves Santa Rosa's historic structures and neighborhoods. It's also within the downtown area specific plan. The star denotes the location. It complies with the downtown station area specific plan in the following ways as well. It utilizes city programs and policies to encourage and facilitate development of affordable housing in specific plan areas. It ensures parking requirements in the specific plan area stimulate transit-oriented development based on the location and the location and proximity to the smart rail system. So the zoning is transit village residential. Within a historic combining districts and station area as well. So it's within the West End Preservation District, where both cultural resource surveys indicated that the projects are compliant with the existing site in the West End Preservation District. The building height, which a concession was granted for, kind of has a few different variations within its own zoning. So in the historic districts, it asked for a transition from 4 to 3 stories for properties that abut residential historic uses, which are also limited to 35 feet. Structures within the station area combining district say that the height must be 35 to 45 feet, and zoning code section 20-28.040 E3C says the review authority may approve an increase in height. The density bonus under section 2031.080 allows a developer of this project, which 15 units for the total site is 11%, which allows 2 concessions. This is incorrect, and the Planning Commission is a review authority. It is a ministerial review at this point in time based on current density bonus laws, so I apologize for that typo. Approval is required before construction commences. So again, under Government Code Section 65915, the density bonus, the developer is entitled to 2 concessions. One is for height, where the max height is 46 feet for the top of the roof on building B, and which is the building that has increased from 3 to 4 stories, and one for dispersion, which is previously the density bonus requires dispersion of the affordable units on site to be dispersed throughout the project. There is now a concession that allows, but with evidence provided by the applicant, that it can be in one building, and that is for financial reasons. So the parking for the site gives, so we're required half a space per bedroom, and there's a breakdown of the residential uses. So required spaces for the site are 115, the available spaces are 122. So 59 in building D, 63 in building C, and 42 on street. The existing gym has a parking reduction for 17 spaces. The project as proposed will provide an additional 10 spaces on the street. And creative measures include unbundled parking, shared vehicles, and public restricted parking. The parking along the frontage of the site here will be a 2-hour maximum between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, and then after that it is open to the public. It's anticipated that residents will use it, but it's not restrictive to the residents of the site. So the parking layout, so entrance into the site, goes into building C around, and there's parking throughout, and it transitions through here. There's parking within building C, parking and out onto 9th Street as well. And Donahue. The vacation of right-of-way allows for, the reasoning for it was it allows for an increase in density by vacating that. The right-of-way, it gets more acreage, which allows higher density. But at the same time, it retains public parking. The developer is required to improve the frontage of the site, and the resolution is noted. So the entitlement review, again, for you is the DRB and CHB under a joint meeting, so design guidelines are what are in the purview. We have a landscape alteration permit would be approved by the Cultural Heritage Board. Here's an angled aerial of the proposed site. Back at the concept hearing, this building was its own, which was previously approved with the site, and there was an additional building E back here, which went over some parking that was approved. Since then, per fire code, and made that not possible, so it was redesigned to incorporate building A into a larger structure. Building B has the 4th floor addition here, and all of the residential units are taken out of building C. So the elevations remain generally the same as what they were before. We have brick for the original styles of the building with a separate industrial look, and then under the new building where here, this is all new, the building now would be demolished and rebuilt to that. Provide some brick to kind of match the previously existing, but does not, there's that difference between old and new. So it's meant to signify or highlight the historic nature of the site while providing the new, more streamlined type look you would see with this project. Materials are hard to read on these slides, I understand. It's noted in the staff report, but I think I'll let the applicant explain a bit more of the materials on site or being used. Again, some brick that is existing, and the industrial look on top. Here's the landscape plans. So you have landscaping on the street frontages that is not there now. So it's around the exteriors right here. You have interior landscaping in the courtyards, in the interior courtyards. So that would be building the north building and the southeast building, and building A, which is on the next slide, has one thing staff had asked for in the review process was we're a little concerned about the livability down here, but so we asked the applicant to provide kind of more of a livable space with landscaping and these semi-private open space areas for those units, which the applicant provided. So sidewalks, parking spaces, crosswalks, and ADA ramps along Donahue Street are included in this project. We have, for public improvements, the 8th Avenue in Donahue and 9th and Donahue will be improved. There's a raised medium along West 9th Street to allow right-in, right-out only. Existing contamination within Donahue Street will be remediated. Project has been found in compliance with CEQA, Government Resource Code 65457, which is a statutory exemption, infill exemption, and section 15330, which is a minor cleanup to eliminate contamination, and 15331 involves restoration efforts. So staff received 2 inquiries on the project. It doesn't reflect it here on the PowerPoint because they were received a little bit later. And one was just a general inquiry in the project, which was explained. There was no opposition or necessarily support for the project in that conversation. Staff did receive a letter from a nearby neighbor, which includes concerns for parking, the location of the low-income units, street parking, parking garages, the amount of parking provided for the site, and the historical district itself. This is kind of a look at the parking slide. So by code, government resource code, they're allotted, and section 20-31 of the density bonus ordinance that the city just passed recently, this project is allowed 0.5 spaces per bedroom, so totaling 115 spaces. And then that would also include the 17 required for the gym, so you have a total of 164 spaces on site. So overall, there's an additional 12 spaces provided from what is required from code. So there's no unresolved issues with staff, and the recommendation tonight is from the Planning and Economic Development Department is both Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board grant preliminary design review and landmark alteration permits. And I believe the applicant has a presentation for you, but I can answer any questions you may have, and staff and more of their team is also here for questions you will probably have.
Thank you, Adam. With that, I think we'd like to go through and first have the questions from the DRB, then we'll just move through to your august team, Casey, and questions there. So, Henry, would you like to start with any questions?
No questions.
All right, Adam?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, Brett? All right.
No questions, I'm good.
Okay. The same for me. So, Casey, the floor is yours.
Board Member McHugh?
No questions for me.
Board Member Fennell?
No questions.
And Vice Chair Purser?
I have one question for staff for clarification, just because I noticed something in the revision of the second historical resources report from Diana Painter. That report reads in part, contrary to the report dated September 2016, they being the buildings, are listed on the California Register of Historic Resources. If I remember correctly, during the initial presentation in 2016, one of the 2 criteria for making concessions difficult, right, under the statute that I believe we were then discussing, which was a state statute, and this came from the from the city's attorney's office. So what I'm suggesting is we might want to check on this. At the time of the original 2016 hearing, we didn't know that the buildings, we couldn't determine whether the buildings were on the California Historic Inventory. And that's one of the 2 criteria, the other one being a risk to public health and safety. So we might want to revisit that with the attorney's office and make sure that those 2 concessions would still stand. Does that make sense? Because this is different from what was on the board, on the table, so to speak, for everybody, including City Council at the time, okay? Just a thought.
Board Member Purser, if you could just indicate the section in that report that you were referencing.
Sorry, yes. This is, and I apologize, my pagination got all messed up with the printing. I believe it would be something like page 12. Yeah, and it's the section that she wrote called Questions Relating to the City of Santa Rosa's Design Guidelines, Historic Properties and Districts, section 4.7. Okay?
And do you have any further comments? Okay. And I have no questions or comments.
There we go. At this point, we will close questions to staff, and though it may be brief or not, we'll have an applicant presentation. I think it would be great to share a little history and take your time for whatever clarifications are needed. Information's great.
Thanks, Chair Hedgepeth and Edmondson. Thank you, members of the board. Happy to be back here again, hopefully for one of the last few times. I'm just going to primarily highlight the changes since the last approval and kind of give you some background of what necessitated the changes. Try to just summarize here, and I'll go through them on the plan, but primarily 3 changes. Oops, there's 4 at the top, but it's really 3. Some of which you've already seen at a concept hearing. First one is the corrections we made to, or adjustments we made to the parapet on building C down near the south elevation and the west side. Nothing new there, that's still here today. And the other one that you've seen before, I believe both boards here have seen, was the addition of the 4th floor to building B, which we were at concept back in January on. We made some slight adjustments to some windows, I think clarified the colors, but short of that, it's primarily what you've seen before. And then the primary change was the expansion of building A. At concept hearing, we had a sort of a standalone building called building E that was attached to A, and I'll show that on the site plan. And we found out after that hearing that that caused some major issues with fire that we were not aware of. So we had some meetings with fire, kind of walked through those issues, figured out what they were after, and came back then with this revision. Primarily here, what necessitated the changes was that after the approval, we became aware that fire had concerns with potential toxicity inside the building. Even though the projects had a phase 1 and a phase 2 study with borings, they were concerned and wanted to look at some exploratory removal of soil in most of building C since we were putting residential units in there. It's different between residential and commercial. That was going to add considerable cost to the project, and we didn't have building C, the historic winery building, entirely built out with residential units inside. There was only a few, or 20 some odd units, I think. So we stepped back then because of that requirement and looked at moving all the residential units out of building C, the historic winery building. That's what drove all these changes. So we expanded, well, when we were here for concept for building E, that's what was driving it, was trying to get the units out of building C, the historic winery. We were adding the 4th floor to building B to do that, and then adding that building E. Well, E created problems with fire, so then we changed it and now have an expansion in building A. That's basically what's driven all this, to be able to make it feasible to build this. So I'll jump to the next slide. This is just a quick review because I know we have a few new members here on boards. This is the original approved site plan. Where's the highlighter thing on here? Okay. So sort of to recap, we have everything, this line right here is the north end of the historic winery building. It goes from there down to here. That's your historic winery building. And with what we're in front of you today, we're not making any changes to this whole north end of the site. That remains as we had it designed previously. We've added and reconfigured some parking in here, which I'll show you on the next slide, inside building C. And then we had some exterior parking out here that we have removed, and that's where we've taken building A and turned it and brought it back here. And then we added the 4th floor to building B. So primarily the changes that you see from the exterior of the project are really the south end of the site, right in here. This is just a slide of the existing condition, or no, sorry, this is the proposed one. I skipped by one. Okay, so you can see some added parking towards the back and around the side of building C. We had some in here initially on the first submittal or approval, and now we've added some more in the back here. We've removed the parking that was out here. We've reconfigured some of the commercial space so that we have some, we're trying to keep the street activated with activity. So the back of that building, because of exiting issues of the historic winery, is not as useful and as desirable as the front of the building on Donahue. So we've tried to keep the front of the building active with commercial space and put the parking in the less desirable part of the building. And then we've extended now building A and turned it to the east here, back towards the end of the site. What became evident on the concept review is we had a building E sitting right in here, attached to the historic winery. Well, what we found out after that, when we made an application, that fire had issues we didn't know about, it hadn't come up before, because that wasn't proposed. They wanted to maintain access along the south side of building C to the rear of the site. Basically, this whole back side of the building, both buildings, really doesn't comply with current code, but so we couldn't make it any worse, was the issue. Fire is letting us rebuild a building and provide no access here. They could have made us provide 20-foot driveway access all the way to the back of the site right here, but their feeling was, since there's an existing building there and that's the existing condition, you're not making it worse by proposing a new building. We're fine with that north end of the site, but because we were proposing something new on this south end, they said you're making a condition worse for access, and so that's why we pulled that addition out and wrapped building A back and maintained this access all the way to the east side of the site now. That's really what drove these revisions from our concept hearing. That allowed us enough space to add the units in to get them out of building C, and also in combination with adding the 4th floor to building B. That's just our unit count. This is kind of trying to give a global view here of the entire site. So this just is kind of layering first floor. This is second floor, showing kind of the grayed out area in the middle. There is a small portion of a second floor in there, but again, gray area, meaning that we're not making any changes inside that building. Again, building D up here to the north is as originally designed. And here's the changes to building A and building B. Third floor, kind of the same thing. And 4th floor, similar, it picks up some of the little balconies that step back. The 4th floor steps back on building A on this south frontage and now that north facade, and does the same thing on the west facade and this east facade. And that's just a roof plan. Okay, there's kind of that 3D view that Adam had already shown. So here's, on that little outline I had, here was modification 1. This is just an image showing that added parapet, basically rebuilding the parapet that used to be there on the top of building C at the south facade along here, and there's just a portion of it here on the west facade that gets restored. Okay, here's our changes proposed for building B. Again, this will look similar to what we were here for concept review. We changed some of the window pattern here on the both sides. The east side along the tracks and the west side have similar layout and slightly adjusted. There was a awning here that was shown too high originally. We lowered it. I think we adjusted the building color. That was a concern last time. It was shown a little lighter than the material we'd actually picked, so we made that adjustment in here. And then just for reference, this was the project as approved. That was the third floor. As you can see, it steps back. I think it's 10 to 12 feet, if I remember right. It steps back from the existing building, but that was the original approval. And then these were just some different views of the building, building B. And then since most of the work, again, was on this side of the site, I did a little bit of blow up of this portion of the site, so we kind of look at some of the changes. Addressing one of the staff concerns about livability, some of these downstairs units here. We did have a trash bin area at the back of the building, and we had a couple of entrances to parking back here. In order to address those livability concerns, we brought the trash forward since we already have trash space in building C, so they're kind of opposite of each other. And we closed those entrances to the back for parking and moved them up to the front. We already had a single, I think, exit out of here, so we made an entrance and exit. That allowed us to bollard this off and have this whole stretch here for emergency vehicle access only, which means that we can allow these units to have, you know, better space out in front of their units, more usable space that has no daily vehicle traffic. We're working with changing the paving and trying to make it a more attractive space with some additional landscaping and different paving or colored concrete so that it doesn't feel like a daily driveway. And then we addressed some concerns on this side too, with providing some semi-private space and reoriented the walkway across here, which you'll see on a landscape plan. Those were a couple of the staff concerns. And here's the landscape plan showing that change of texture here from the bollards right there back. We pick up some landscaping and some separation here so that these units have some semi-private space at their entrances. Same on the south side of the building here. There's no entrances across here on the north side of building B. That building is internally loaded. You enter the units off the west side here and come in. So the only people that really need to go back here and enter these spaces are the ones whose units they are. And then we did the same thing across these units on the ground floor, created some semi-private space at the front of the units. Here's again a blow up of that portion of the site showing the building, the second floor building A and B. And we did connect these buildings from the second floor above. We created a little basically bridge that connects across here to buildings B and A. This is the third floor, looks pretty similar. And then fourth floor, both buildings. And then here was just a little view between the two buildings. I think we had a view that's very similar to this at Concept that showed a building back here. Again, that's gone now, and we have a opening so that fire can have access to the back of the site. You can kind of see the bollards here and where this would change, and this could be more usable space. Here's a quick section cut through on your right. Here is building B. So you can see the first, second floor and how the third and fourth floor step back. So we're pulling these building backs both on the street and between the two buildings. These buildings are kind of askew from each other. So at their tightest point, they're right around 10 feet apart, and it gets wider as you go farther back. So that gets almost to 20 feet, about 19.5 feet, the backside. And then from building to building on the north side, we have, I think it says 27.5 feet from building face to building face. And again, here's the fourth floor that steps back on building A. This was something we also showed at the last concept hearing. we wanted to make some changes to the north and south facades of Building A. So we made this adjustment, and I believe the comments at that time were that those adjustments were liked. So we kept those on the south side. And here's the north side now that we've added onto the building with similar adjustment on the north facade here. And this was just a same kind of three-dimensional view of the south. This is 8th Street frontage here, West 8th. This is Donahue side. This was the original approved project. This was the changes that we made. Primarily, really, it's this south elevation. This is sort of a strange view, but hopefully it tries to explain what's going on. This is a view, sort of a 3D view inside of Building A as it wraps around. Building B would be in your foreground. You wouldn't have a hard time seeing this unless you went inside between the building and experience. But we basically pulled Building B out of here so that you could kind of get a sense of what the architecture of Building A looked like. Again, all the architecture is similar to what we've done before, and over right here is kind of that bridge connection that's from the 2nd floor to the 4th floor that connects buildings A and B. And I think, oh, here, this was the slide we wanted to show. So this is what Adam was indicating, the materials for the buildings. We have a charcoal gray metal siding up here, which I brought some samples of I can pass around. It's a corrugated siding, pre-finished, not reflective material. And then we have basically hardy panel, 2 different colors of hardy panel. It has reveals in it, so this is just a sample showing, you know, the reveal lines at windows and between floors. It's basically a rain screen system that we're using a pre-finished hardy panel system for. And we have a darker color on the ground floor that's a night gray color, and then the middle 2 floors are the pearl gray. And then we have some places where some volume is popped out and expressed in the different color, and then we have some locations where we have some brick veneer, which again is similar to the previous approval. So this is the old view, 3D view, more photorealistic. Whoops, the back one. That's Building A, but the old facade on this side that we've changed, but you can see from this side it's still speaking the same language. And then here's, again, Building D up at Donahue and West 9th that we haven't made any changes to. Those are the same images. So I think that kind of concludes the items I wanted to cover, changes from either concept in January when we were here or changes from the approved project.
Thank you. I know you have with you today, you've got yes. Imagine Sonoma Landscaping and a civil. Is there any? This meeting was going to be a couple weeks ago. We were going to have Diana Painter here, but she couldn't make it. So she is available and watching live, so we can wave to her and say hi. So if we've got any questions, I think staff talked about fielding those questions for Diana, and maybe we take a recess and I can get her on the phone, answer the questions, and come back to you. Okay. Well, with that, what we're going to do next, sequentially, is we're going to go ask any members of the public who would wish to speak on this matter to do so now, stating your name and address. And is there anyone, we don't have any cards in front of us, so my assumption here is no members of the public wish to speak on this item. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to ask questions of the applicant, and what we'll do is we'll start with the DRB, move down the line, and then Casey, I'll turn over to you for your august board. And after those questions are presented forward, note-taking, with Robert's rules, we're going to look at a motion. The motion can be amended, it can live, it can possibly die, but that motion is going to come forward. After that motion is brought forward, we're going to have a discussion. It's a given that it will be addressed. So that is our procedure. And with that, questions will now come forward. Henry, can we start with you?
0 for 2, Warren, no questions.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Adam?
I'd like to defer to the end, actually, of the DRB, hear what my colleagues have to say, if I could.
Okay, you'd like to comment toward the end, all right. I'll do that before we settle out then, thank you. Eric?
I'm not going to help Adam any. I don't have any comments or
right.
questions.
Thank you, Eric. Brett?
No questions.
No questions right now for the applicant.
Drew?
It's been a while since I've seen this. I missed the January meeting where you presented at Concept. So I think I probably would have asked this question then. And maybe the answer is hidden in the concession, but I thought I'd ask. So it looks to me like the distribution of bedrooms unit-wise isn't uniform, I guess is the best way to put that, right? So building A and B only have 1 bedrooms, and then the new building to the D has the 2-bedroom units. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
I have that breakdown in the staff report. I'll look it up and I'll answer that for you.
So was there, I know the bit about the all the affordables being in building A, kind of in that corner, which I think where the concession makes sense, but what was the thought process behind not distributing unit typologies uniformly throughout the buildings? Does that question make sense, Kevin?
Primarily size that we had available inside each of those buildings. We still have the ability to, I think we might have 1 or 2 townhouses still left, and I forget which building it is, that we have the ability to add some 2-bedroom units, I think to, I don't remember if it was B or A, but primarily we kept all those 2-bedroom units up in building D, where we had larger width basically to deal with on the units.
And that is my question. Warren?
Thank you. I did, Kevin, I had a question if we could go to A1.1. Yes, it's the ground level site plan. A1.1A. Excuse me, it's not the 3, it's A1.1, it's just straight up A1.1. Right, yeah, thank you for turning off the parking. So Kevin, here's my question. I know that some of the other documents mention that there's, quote, no work in this building, but unlike the other submittals, the building has parking that is now part of it. I was in this building early in the week. I know it has a 2nd floor level, and the question about turning more than half of it into parking, looking at the general columns, the general level of studying that, did you have some sessions with structural or anyone to look at that there's a 2nd floor in this building, you know, above the gym, and there was storage over the ancient times back in there, barley sacks or winery things and so forth. But so it's only 1 level of cars you're proposing. Are you going to try to use the existing slab? Are you taking that out? How are you addressing the column placement in the historic building and the array of parking stalls in that building?
Yeah, good question. We tried to clear, well, yes, like you said, it's probably hidden in here, but we've really the only second floor is this little sliver right here between what was basically two different buildings. That's the second floor up there.
Okay.
Yep, and so the only building I believe that has interior columns is these are like multiple buildings put together basically. So this width right here I'm drawing, that building, if I remember right, has a row of columns down the middle of it, and we've consulted with, we're trying to leave as much of that as we can. We're not trying to revise roofs on these buildings. This building here is all clear span. This volume through right here, going to right there, that's kind of the end of a building. That's clear span with no columns. This we're not touching for parking. It's going to be commercial space. And then basically this building out to the street here from there back, and it takes a little jog, is basically like another building. And it does have a row of columns that we've already been consulting with engineering on that's right through here. There's about 2 or 3 columns in this building. Primarily, it's column free. We're working with existing walls that are structural and support the roof. It's this building here that's got a few columns in it that most of them aren't an issue, except I think we've got one up here that's near a drive aisle that we're gonna have to drop a new column on, and a steel header basically supporting two trusses that come together. That roof has double bow trusses, one that goes from the north side of the building to the middle, and then from the middle to the south side. So we have to be able to pick up those spans and support them.
So you're trying to keep the roof is going to stay intact above.
Correct.
My next question with that, I think it's Prop 62, is we're addressing carbon monoxide and where cars are and keeping people safe. The question here is, now that there's no residents there, but the whole ability to work with codes on the existing gym and those structures, keeping it separate. The back, if I was walking the tracks, not getting run over doing it, but looking back at the building, I think you have some openings. This is not 100% enclosed garage. So whether the definition is that you're looking at some security, but there are penetrations along the track side on the east side of that building at the ground floor.
Yeah, we're trying to utilize existing openings, and because there's been a lot of openings that have been filled in over the years for rail access, so we're going to utilize existing openings to deal with, basically, we know we're going to have some exhaust system in here to get exhaust out, or ventilation system, but we're trying to utilize existing openings and open them back up and provide security to help with that ventilation.
So you think at this point, this is a question, between the main openings to the garage to the south, to the north, and by carefully removing the cinder block, going back to brick, you might have enough breath to breathe?
Right now, and we're gonna have to do some more work with, we'll probably have to mechanically ventilate in there to keep air movement and air changes. We figured that, but we haven't dove into the issues yet with mechanical.
Okay. My last question is going back to the south, because I know you've added a story, I think it's building B to the far, we'll talk about the southwest there. You've added another floor on that since our last powwow. And if we could look at the sections on that, but just speaking openly, I understand it now, it's an internal courtyard that has exiting. And you're now loading the outside walls of the existing structure. You're going up another floor. You've had discussions with your structural. Oftentimes we have in period motion of earthquakes, we try to decouple, like in townhomes, you decouple the outside wall. Here in the section, I can't quite tell how engaged that is, but you've had further discussions about adding yet another floor and the earthquake loads having a different behavior?
We've consulted with MKM kind of throughout this whole project. Basically, the strategy in that building is we're building new walls inside of it and bracing the existing walls and dealing with those gaps that we need. But we're trying to leave the walls there, take the roof off, drop a new structure inside, and we had MKM look at building C when we were proposing units in there with a podium. Not too worried about the north end because that's new construction, and then the same thing on building B, we've consulted with them. So yeah.
So in effect, Kevin, the exterior of Building B will remain its pretty much 1882 self. I probably have the year wrong, I'm sorry. But there's no buttresses or bracing needed. It's going to have an interior concrete core with a rebar curtain, keeping it quiet in troubled times.
Correct.
All right. That was my question. Thank you. Go ahead, Kevin.
Board Member McHugh, any questions for staff, or for the applicant, excuse me? Any questions for the applicant?
I have one question. When we took a look at this the first time, one of the things I think that the Cultural Heritage Board wanted you to do was to unbrick some of the windows that were bricked up on the facade. Are you going to do that?
Sorry, unbrick on the new construction?
No, it was on, I think it was on the I can't remember which. Building C. Where there were bricked up windows, and I think we recommended that you unbrick them and open them up?
Correct. Now I remember. Yeah, at this time, we're not, because we're not really proposing new work to that building. Other than, I know there's ongoing work and still will be repointing the brick that's on the building, but we're not adding units and looking to add new openings or open up existing openings, because a lot of those aren't in locations where, I mean, they're basically two-story windows or second floor windows. That those are high bay buildings, and so they're not really gaining us anything at this time. In the future, we may look at that as a location to add residential units if and when the owner wants to deal with that on a supplemental density bonus or something, and then we would look at opening those spaces back up, but at this time, no.
Okay.
Board Member Fennell, any questions? And Vice Chair Purser, any questions?
So my question is, I got confused as I went back and forth between the drawings and some of the text in the reports. Looking at the north wall of Building C, in some places the text says that that's going to be exposed, and in the drawings it looks like, is that Building D is going to abut. Can you tell me which is which?
Yeah, so we have a portion of the north wall of Building C right here that obviously is remaining. And then wherever we need to, there is some existing, that wall inside where this existing building abuts has a lot of openings and holes in it.
Right.
And really, Building D here, the existing Building D, is actually attached to Building C. There's not another separate wall in there.
Right.
So there's an opening back here, which we're trying to utilize that for parking. We're trying to utilize the existing walls where we can, but there are locations here because we have a stair and elevator core that reads through up to the floors that we're gonna have chunks of that wall that we have to take out. So as much of that wall as we can, we're trying to keep, is the short answer. We're not trying to demolish the whole wall.
I wasn't worried about demolition. I was wondering about exposure. In other words, would it be open like the south wall is going to be? And it seems like the answer is no, which is fine. I just needed to know which I was supposed to see.
You mean open visually as far as people to experience? Yeah, largely no. Okay. Again, yeah, the corner there where we have the cars, kind of that entrance, that was sort of going back a ways, staff wanted access there. They added that, but that was sort of even before we did that, was sort of a deliberate design attempt. We wanted to pull units back from this kind of northwest corner so that there was some visibility to the historic kind of corner of that structure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
And I don't have any questions. I'll turn the floor back to Chairman Hedgepeth.
Thank you, Casey. So with that, we've We've concluded with questions to the applicant. And at this point, again, with Robert's rules, we're going to allow discussions, but we need a motion to proceed. That motion can include various items to it, or it can be a singular motion without comment.
Chair Hedgepeth, can I ask a question?
Yes.
A procedural question? Since this is a joint meeting, we have 2 resolutions listed.
Yes.
Right. So how do we make a motion? Are we supposed to make a motion about both? About one at a time? What are we supposed to do procedurally in Rosenberg's rules?
It'd be one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
And that's separate from the landmark alteration element, right?
Well, we have a yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. So
Yeah.
preliminary design is for the collective group of both of us, correct? And then landmark is for CHB alone, correct? Okay.
Yes. There is a third vacation, which also needs a motion. The vacation of property that you
No,
mentioned.
that was approved by City Council. That still holds.
Thank you. That's then custodial. Okay. So it is 2 motions. Thank you for those clarifications. So then with that, the landmark motion will be in your hands, and a motion collectively. We will not be discussing the landmark motion. The focus is a collective body, one and all, for the motion on design review, which you're a part of. So the motion can come if it wishes to. I'll wait patiently.
I'll make a motion
Thank you.
that the Cultural Heritage and Design Review Boards of the City of Santa Rosa grant preliminary design review approval for DeTurk Winery Village, located at 806 Donahue Street and 8 West 9th Street. File number PRJ 18087, and waive reading of the text.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I'll need a second.
I'll second.
All right. So now we'll move to a discussion, and I'll just proceed from north to south with said discussion, and we'll start with Henry.
Seems like this project, the history summary in your staff report was abbreviated. I remember working on a project on Wilson and 8th Street in our office, and this project was being developed at the same time in a much different form, but I know this project has been before boards and many times over the last 10 years. So I'm glad to see it in its current state, and I'm hesitant to comment too hard on things that I didn't get a chance to review. I'm a new member to the Design Review Board. So, but what I would like to comment on is the Building B, which is fairly new to this board. So I feel comfortable making a couple of comments about the upper level of the 2-story pushback elevation, which I appreciate it being recessed from the brick facade as it was in the prior one when it was 3 stories. But now that it's 4 stories, to me, it accentuates the monoplane on all 4 sides of it. There doesn't seem to be a lot of pushback or enough push-pull in that vertical element of the building. I think that's all I really wanted to kind of stress with the Building B, and Again, I just want to reiterate, I like how this project has progressed over the years, and look forward to seeing you move it forward.
Thank you, Henry. Adam?
Thank you. Yeah, also glad to have seen this progress from last time we saw it in January. In particular, glad to see the landscape plan involved and detailed out too, so thank you for that. Thank you. And also glad to see some of the streetscape being addressed as well. So I'm pretty much, that will cover it. Just thank you for, it's good to see this checked in later on in the process. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Eric?
Again, thank you for bringing it back to us. I know there was quite the lengthy discussion last time. Many recommendations. It's changed quite, a bit since the last time we saw it. But I don't have any concerns, questions. I believe this project's been around for years, so hopefully we can get through that threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Brett?
Great, thank you. I guess most of my comments stem from the landscape plans and kind of seeing those for the first time, for me at least. There's some concerns, I guess, about, again, with the amount of parking and then where is bike parking being accommodated. I noticed that there are some inside of building D, I believe, and A or B, whatever Drew's saying. So there are some interior to the structures, which I think is smart, but also taking that same kind of approach and putting that outside as well, and providing some additional spaces in the right of way or in the street. Some of those areas that you've got. You have some wider sidewalks and more generous planting areas. There might be some accommodation with that. I didn't see exact counts, but I could be just passing over it. There is a lot of care, I think, for the existing building in terms of what's trying to be preserved, et cetera. And I wish the same amount of care was taken for the ground plane. Mainly the courtyard, thinking back to just some amazing alleys and amazing alleys, I know, but courtyards and places for respite and kind of staying and relaxing, or even just as procession into the buildings, is utilizing a palette of pavers, bricks, et cetera, that complement that architecture. The images that are shown for the entry pavers, I think, are personally a very modern take on kind of a historically significant building. So I think just going back to taking that same kind of approach and care for your thresholds. And that goes with the sidewalk as well. That goes for the, I guess, the fire access kind of plaza or alleyway, if you will. If that material were to come all the way out to the street and kind of not show it as A or B, would I think would help make that connection and help make that feel like one space. That otherwise, you have some units that are kind of fronting out onto that, or the ground floor, units fronting out onto those little alleyways, which can be kind of, interesting and very kind of very interesting kind of spaces if the material is right. And here there's some, Italian terracotta. Again, I think some of those choices are kind of maybe out of the purview, I guess, or not purview, but out of the style that we're trying to kind of get to with both the addition of the new buildings as well as the retention of the building C. Same kind of comment on the detail for the walls and the courtyard. You know, it's something that I feel like is a little bit is trying too much with this kind of wavy, kind of a wavy pattern and coloration of those kind of seating elements. I know in some of the renderings there's there's brick with a cornice and topping and things like that. However, I think what you've arrived at is some kind of decomposed granite, slightly raised plinth that people can kind of sit in and within. But I guess for me, just, making that simple, whatever those elements are simple, and let that architecture kind of, do what it's supposed to do, especially for that, for building C. Let's see. Some of the, some questions, I guess, on some of the plant choices. I know this is, you were trying to do, get some fall color and things like that in, but again, like on the courtyard, when you're kind of looking at the environment around, you're looking at some pioneer, valley oaks and things like that. I understand that's a very large, those are sizable trees and things, but kind of bringing that again back to where we are as, kind of entering the Redwood Empire. We're getting into we are in Northern California. So some of those plant choices I think are interesting, but I think maybe for me at least, they're kind of, at least the plant lists are kind of looking at something that is a bit more of a southern style. Let's see it. Yeah, I would just also, for some of the bioretention areas, maybe changing that plant material up a little bit instead of a single kind of monoculture within that. I understand, I think, the approach, but I think there could be some variety added in that as well. I know these are maybe nitpicky, but let's see. I think those are the... Okay. And then I guess some other comments, and again, I don't know how, coming to the board as a new member, fairly concerned with the north elevation of building D. Having used 9th to kind of get through in Cleveland and what else, Davis, I guess. This is not a flattering view. At least if I understand the elevation. So A 1.1A, we have the north exterior elevation. There's a lot of additional, there's some, access points there into your garage underneath. There's also, I believe, trash as well. But that entire side, that north elevation needs some love, I feel like. And I don't know if it's, and I know there's no units necessarily kind of fronting or coming to that, on that side, because everything is on east and west, I believe, and centered on that courtyard. I think there's just having those walls, especially kind of the wall coming along the east elevation along the SMART train line, or SMART rail line. And then basically that kind of brutal wall continues and turns along that north elevation. There's something, it's just, I feel like it's just a bit harsh in that condition, especially 9th being a pretty major thoroughfare, more so than 8th, I believe. Similarly, maybe in the past there's been a discussion around uses for the various corners and buildings, but we talked about, I think there was some, you talked about activating that kind of core, the retail's out on Donahue. Similarly, is there a possibility for that corner at 9th and Donahue to be something a little bit more active? I understand the lobby on building B kind of functions as that retail space, but there might be some thought at least about what that corner might be as well. And again, I know we're probably trying not to take away from the existing retail and the existing uses, but there could be some kind of function that could benefit community users, et cetera. And I think for me, some of the additional kind of questions come down to or comments come down to some of the buildings and just the use of brick in the new builds or newer buildings. I feel like in some of them, especially the longer elevations, brick could be maybe incorporated a little bit more. I definitely understand we want to distinguish between building C and the rest, and I guess building A as well. But that was just something, especially when you look at building A and its elevations, because they're a little bit narrower, you have more brick to kind of accentuate those elements and those pieces. So that I liked. And then when you got to kind of the longer elevations of both A and D, it kind of started to fall apart a little bit in my eyes. What else I have? I do agree with Henry about kind of seeing some of the before and after, or at least like the initial proposal and then the current proposal for building B, I believe. Some of those views from the southwest or southeast really made the additions made the building feel a bit squat. And so having that additional floor, I felt like kind of, again, elevated the specialness of that existing building. Yeah, that's nice. Let's see. Yeah, I think we talked about the west elevation along the Smart Line. And I do appreciate, again, like the step back, having that second volume kind of stepping back on the architectural or on the buildings themselves, just as I think so I guess for the second or third floor units, that would function as kind of their patio. And that's, I think, kind of critical for eyes on the corridor, eyes on the street, and kind of activating both sides of this project. I think, I guess in response to that north elevation on building D, maybe the same level of love can be kind of given to that side as well, especially with 9th. And I know that's your narrowest, that's your pinch point of your site too, so I get it. I think that's it. Sorry, I believe that's, and then same kind of for the courtyard, same kind of question applies on building D. You've got kind of the gangways circulating on building D, same kind of concerns over the plant choices and plant materials, especially for something that's as heavily shaded as this area is going to be. I think some of the selections are pretty nice and very kind of contemporary in terms of your hardwood decking and your board form and things like that. I think those go a long way, and especially softening those areas. Yeah. Oh, irrigation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Drew?
So, Kevin, thanks for all your hard work on this. You guys have a lot of information in here. There's a lot to process. It's not a tiny project by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm gonna just kind of go through the buildings, A, B, C, D, or whatever, and just make it real quick as best as I can. So This is a comment on the interior layout of the units. I've got a real problem with you putting the bathrooms on the outside of building A, because this is such a tight building that I lived in historic lofts. I've lived in historic lofts before, and so what's nice about the lofts that I've lived in is that center corridor is where all the utilities are and stuff, and then you open everything out to the outside because you're limited on your openings. So I think to make these a little bit more livable, to take those bathrooms and find a way to put them on the interior corridors, particularly building A, just because of how it's necked in there and kind of just stuck. So as much as you can open up those sides and make them feel kind of lofty and airy, I think that'd be really nice. And then the step back on A is, it's more discernible in plan than it is in elevation, I think, which is interesting because it's very clear on the plan, but then when you look at it in elevation, it's kind of hard, you almost lose it. And I'm wondering, I can't quite figure out why, but maybe it's because of what elevations you're showing. And so it makes it feel a little bit more monolithic in that sense. I do appreciate kind of the articulation of all the materials on A. I would like, I'm not in love with all the gray, but maybe just look at another color. I don't know. I like the materiality though, of how you're moving from a textural brick to the fiber cement panel to some, it looks like concrete maybe. So I do appreciate that, but it maybe just another color, I don't know. Take a look at it. And then building B, I get these all, there's so many, I get them all mixed up. Okay, so building B, I would say for sure we need to, I really like the light well you kind of have going on in the middle, which I think addresses kind of the restrictions you have on the exterior with the fenestration there as well. But again, I'm seeing the bathrooms, some of them are in windows and some of them are not. So, you know, I would just find a way to keep those dark corners of bathrooms away from any place you would have a window. I think there's a unit on maybe the second floor or something. Yeah.
Checkmated with the concrete until you get past the brick, you're checkmated on the outside.
Yeah, exactly. So the pullback on this one is a little bit more present, which I like. And I do like how you've opened everything up on that third and fourth floor in terms of all the, I mean, you're really addressing the kind of the tightness there by really opening it up with lots of windows. So that's, I really like that a lot. I'm not sure how you would deal with a different material here. I think you just let it be. I mean, it is kind of what it is, because you've got this historic structure and then you've got kind of this element coming through it. Okay, let me go. I don't have anything to say on building C, because it kind of is what it is, right? Yeah. Building D, where is it? Sorry. So I kind of noticed the same thing with the bathrooms on D, because these are even narrower, but they're longer, right? So you're dealing with that same kind of situation. And then I'm going to echo Brett's comments on the north elevation of building D. The more I've looked at that, the more I just keep scratching my head, because you've done such a really nice job of the other buildings. So A and B are you've addressed all four sides on those, and you've really dealt with kind of the challenges of how they transition to one another. And then, you know, you really don't have a fourth side on building D because it's right up against building C. So that's really just like a fire partition, probably, right? Firewall. So, you know, there's no openings, nothing. It's just, it is what it is. But then, and then the elevations on kind of the east and west are very nice. And then you get to that north elevation and it just kind of falls flat for me. Again, you know, there's some nice articulation here, similar to building A with the brick and kind of the different materials. And I think if you find another color, another material or something, I would introduce it here as well. But it's not a big deal. It's just, I think it's my own personal, that's a lot of gray. But, you know, the big brick building that is building C, the old winery, that's beautiful in its own right because it's just a big, beautiful brick building. I mean, those are really all the comments that I have. Some stuff that other folks have said, I think I would agree with in general. If we were putting together conditions for you, I'd support some of those items, but those are my comments.
Thank you, Drew. After my comments, I'm going to slip in there. There was one public party that wanted to speak, and before we start with you, Casey, we're just going to slip this in as a placeholder. That's firstly, Kevin, one of the things I'm really thrilled with is in the plan, the building that at one time, you'll probably know what I'm going to say here, Building C had an attempt to slide a wall basically in the carcass of the brick form, create the effort of housing. And we can go to that, just go to the main plan and I'll share with everyone what I'm saying. Building up here, be the site plan. Yeah, you can use the 3D image if you want, back it up to the 3D. That's what everyone understands. So the looking just across from the Turk, I think particularly the Cultural Heritage Board knows that there's a kind of a funky CMU splash. It's kind of like a strange applique to what is the 1880 brick that's going to be removed. You've probably seen that. I have photos of it, but the happy news for me, and hopefully is that building now is serving workout gym, it's serving the frontal, it's serving parking. In some ways, rather than trying too hard, trying to slip in the actual living rooms of units, that building now all functions and works in a more passive way. It parks cars and structural hopes high here. It can remedy itself by having some of the openings removed, but the humanity is really bookending that. And I think it's great we've talked a lot about Building B on the south corner, and that it's now a courtyard building, and it's cleverly done because you're trying to get a certain amount of units, you're honoring the density bonus, and those units are really facing in. I guess my general comment is that since the first two floors of Building B are bunkered in, they're encased in Egyptian concrete or whatever, it's there. The bathrooms can face to the back of that because your heart and soul of the project moving up is the courtyard and all that conversation. Once you daylight above that, then you're free to do things either way. I probably have been the longest standing party here. It might be 2004, maybe it's 2000. It was 15 years running now. And I'm actually pleased. I'm a patient optimist, and a lot of what's happened here is a huge relief to me. With people living with people and cars living with cars. I know the podium building to the north, I agree with fellow DRB members that the 9th Street elevation there, it's an opportunity, Kevin, to be playful with that stair. You were playful in 2008 maybe, I don't know, it's my elephant memory, but you were doing things to the far south of the project with expressing stairwells. Remember those years ago? You were 31 years old then? Okay, so that kind of vigor of looking at that stairway, and I know you have to look at enclosed stairways with certain assemblies, and that has to be noted. There's only a certain percentage opening. So if your area assembly allows that exit stair to not glisten with glass, then the courtyard itself is something that you stroll by when you drive by. So I appreciate those comments. I like the comments as compelling, and I'm complimenting the landscape architect, as compelling as the juxtaposition is of pavers, long stroke pavers, this idea of clinker brick or the pavers that all went to San Francisco 180 years ago coming back to us. But anyway, the idea of that brick weave is rather wonderful, and all this black iron, between benches and so forth, it appeared to me, it seemed to me that people were not frightened by the palm trees. They've been here for some time. There was a little question about tree species that is worth perhaps examining, but I know that what happened previously when the interior building was full of people was there was this real rally of glass, glazing, pomp, circumstance, and flash. All that flash is gone now because it's cars back there. It doesn't need, and I'm happy to see a few faces at the Cultural Heritage Board that when we purpose buildings and we create integrity, don't falsify. It's no Vegas deal anymore. It's a quiet building needing plants, birds singing, and places to eat for everyone maybe. So I resonate with the historic brick there. It is a place gathering, and as far as the landscaping, I don't think it needs to be too modern, but it needs to be full of life. A lot of earthworms, planters, all that. So I like the comments in general there. It's very interesting that we have kind of a watershed of projects that are in the spectacular range. They're so overwhelmingly noisy. You can look through all the architecture magazines and there's 19 things going on, and if you tear out every third page and glue it all together, it's tomorrow. A part of me likes the quietness of the colors. I'm even the green doors in your 3D rendering maybe are a little weird, too froggy for me, but in some ways, the understatement of the building, its softness, that it's not a spector, appeals to me. We've had a lot of bite out of the apples with this, and my 15-year summum bonum comment is black windows, red building, tones of gray if you want to make them slightly taupey, warm them up a little here and there rather than just battleship blue-gray, that's fine. But I don't want to see a flash of Nike color going across or something electrifying. I think just the quietness of the buildings, doves flying around, that to me is a happy thing. I've talked about all my questions with structure, and you've really been able to have a lifetime of that. And I appreciate the fact that the buildings are responding to fire exiting. So the question about buildings needing love or not, I think, I'll say this carefully, honoring Brett's comments, I do think the 9th Street needs some work. The internal, going to the back and forth of the garage with B in the bottom there, it's kind of like a catcher's mitt and B, baseball season here, there. You've done a kind of a wonderful job of articulating the L-shaped building has got a lot of vitality to it. It crosstalks with the building B. And so I'm happy architecturally with the conversations, Kevin, you're making there. It seems to me like a great place to live. You look out all those windows. The whole thing about the building proper, I don't know if I know we have a historian listening live. We've had Susan Clark, now we have Ms. Painter, and thank you, hello. I'm not asking you to cover the buildings in ficus. It's kind of fun to start thinking about climbing things, but there's the maintenance of buildings. You already have plants growing in parapets that are historic, and maybe that's a seasoned, sometimes that's a maintenance thing. But I believe my comments in general resonate with much of the board's. It's Herculean, Kevin, what you're doing. And I just couldn't be more thrilled that people won't be displeased staring at walls from low vaults. There's no mining helmets needed anymore. That's my kudo to you, Kevin. Thank you so much. We're gonna do a quick little repose here, and Thomas Ellis has been a patient person. Thomas, can you come and share before we turn it over to Casey?
Well, it's interesting what you just said about the ficus. because first of all, I do want to say that it's a very exciting plan. I think certainly for us to see housing in that area and to see those buildings be used in that area, it will enliven that area greatly, and I look forward to that. And I know this project has been chewed on many times, so do please forgive me that I speak now. I don't think, and I would have to ask the Cultural Heritage Board, I don't think that trellises would, with vegetation and vertical gardening, would violate the cultural significance of the building itself. And I don't think it's stark just due to its color, but I think it's a little bit stark due to its relief, the lack of relief. If you're close enough, if you're really close, you're gonna see that relief in the brick. But when you stand back, and I think that's what you see in those elevations, is that because they're set in front of you far enough to look at the whole building, when you look at that, that's where you see the you could say gentle relief. It's very gentle, but it may be a little too gentle. And so I would, and I don't think, again, that it violates cultural heritage to say that it might have some, and sometimes there's maintenance, yes, but you can use deciduous type planting that then dies back, and so you can limit the amount of maintenance that you have to have. It also benefits from the standpoint of energy use because it's covering, but I think that if you did that with trellises in various areas selectively, particularly on the north might be a little challenging, but there's certain things that you can plant on the north side. They benefit from the lack of direct sun. But the point is that you would then have some relief there. And again, forgive me because I know this has been spoken, not this aspect, but the whole project has been spoken about so many times. And it's so hard to have those kind of things happen and to rethink things. But just on those areas where we can all see that there's a challenge on the relief part, that maybe there could be some vertical gardening and trellising. Thank you.
Thank you, too. With that, Thomas, we'll turn the matters over to Casey.
Thank you. Vice Chair Purser, would you like to start?
I'm sorry, before that, I just wanted to respond to the Purser's question earlier about the historical significance. So the report indicates that the winery building itself is California registered. It doesn't, it does not say that the building that is to be demolished is registered with the state of California. And so with that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna defer to Bill for a second.
So you all received some late correspondence. What those two documents are have to do with the affordable housing and the density bonus and the concessions. One of the letters is the eligibility letter. It essentially says that staff has done the analysis, has done the density calculations, has done the calculations for the level of affordability, the number of units, and has determined how many units, density bonus units, the project is eligible for. The second letter is a zoning clearance, and that is the granting of the density bonus. And in that letter, it includes the number of units that have been granted. It also indicates the concessions. And what Mr. Ross is talking about has to do with the question that Board Member Purser referenced. The report is indicating, the Painter report is indicating that the winery is indeed a contributor. That's information that you asked for previously. It does not indicate that the building to be demolished is a contributor. In addition to that, it is true that one way that a city can deny a density bonus project, and therefore the concessions, is when it has an impact to a historic resource. So on the zoning clearance, which is the document that grants the density bonus, you'll note item 3C is where staff
based on information provided by the applicant, is indicating there's no evidence in the record, and I'm quoting right now, that the requested incentives and concessions will have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or the physical environment or any real property that is listed in the California Register of Historical Resources, and for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low-income and moderate-income households. So we just wanted to clarify that the analysis was done, the evidence was submitted by the applicant, the density bonus was granted with the concessions, and it was based on that analysis and that information.
Thank you for the quick homework on scratching this up. I'm sure it took a little bit of scrabbling. I'd like to point out that actually, in a rather interesting way, when we originally raised this issue, we were looking at the original plan, which, as Chair Hedgepeth has already pointed out, would have had a rather radically significant impact to the building that is listed on the California Register. Now that we have a new plan, we're in a different place. So it's kind of interesting how it all worked out, but thank you for the information. It's good to have the documents. Want me to go with the others? Okay. Okay, so meanwhile, back at the ranch, these are my comments, and if possible, just to kind of head us towards closing off the discussion on one resolution, because we still have another one plus another agenda item, right? Okay, so I'd like to refer specifically to the text of the resolution, and that means that I will be couching my language in the language of a proposed amendment to the resolution. I have two. If it's, I'd like to beg the two boards' indulgences that I get to discuss both of my proposed amendments really quickly so that we can think about them fairly efficiently as we move forward, okay? So my first proposed amendment to the resolution is, give me 1 second, is under the last whereas clause, I believe, item C. It says the proposed Deterk Winery Village is compatible with adjacent or nearby landmark structures or preservation district structures. In the historic evaluations prepared by Susan Clark and Diana Painter, the industrial design and materials for the proposed project are consistent with the historic winery. This is the part that I would like to challenge. The Deterk Park and the Deterk Round Barn provide a transition between the small single-family residential West End neighborhood and the Deterk Winery Village. The proposed project does not detract from the residential streetscapes and is compatible with the West End Preservation District. I would propose that we strike everything after the sentence that ends, are consistent with the historic winery. The reason for proposing that is that I did a little bit of additional research. The lot where the Round Barn sits, which is now a park, was originally platted to be just as densely settled with small residential houses as every other parcel in the Boyce edition of 1882. The lots where the large buildings that we're thinking about that are the winery and the other historic buildings were always platted to be very large industrial blocks. The confusion I think that we've stumbled into here is that once upon a time, a long time ago, as is well documented in Ms. Painter's report, there were two proposed districts here, the North Railroad Square Historic District and the West End Historic District, which would have separated the commercial and industrial sector from the residential sector. That proposal failed. But the reality is the Round Barn and the park may have been intended when built to create a buffer, may be perceived as a buffer now, but there's a bit of dispute about that. I personally would have trouble voting for the resolution with that language still in there because I think it confuses the issue. But I think that the statement made that refers to the way that both historic resource inventories or resource reports stipulated that there was no conflict is accurate, and that would be appropriate. So that's my proposal number 1. Proposal number 2 is further on in the resolution, and it's where the resolution discusses CEQA. Okay, so if you scroll down, I believe it's on page 3 of 4. There's some interesting mixing here of CEQA reasons why this document is in compliance with CEQA or is exempt from CEQA. Some of the things you list here, the Cultural Heritage Board actually has purview over. Some of them, the Cultural Heritage Board has no purview over. So I would recommend pulling that language from this resolution. Perhaps it belongs in the one for the Design Review Board, but it doesn't, I think, it doesn't constitute things that the Cultural Heritage Board has authority to make decisions about. So if you look at the section, you guys, it's at the top of page 3, we have the part that begins with pursuant to section 15.332, the project is exempt from CEQA as an infill development. See that? It then talks about how it's consistent with the general plan, that it's less than 5 acres, that it has no value as habitat, that it will not impact, traffic noise, air quality, or water quality. That may all be absolutely true, but it's nothing that the Cultural Heritage Board has any purview over. So it's odd to me to have that language in our resolution. I'm sure it goes somewhere, but I'm not sure that I would be comfortable saying this couldn't possibly be habitat. I don't have the expertise for that. So can you help me understand why that language is in our resolution as a block?
So every discretionary action that the city does, from a zoning administrator action to a Cultural Heritage Board action to design review, planning commission, city council, it requires that the city review the project pursuant to CEQA. Right. And so within CEQA, there are a number of different actions that a city can take. Everything from an exemption, and there's any number of exemptions, there's statutory, there's categorical, to mitigated negative declaration, EIR. Yeah. And all of the boards and all of those entities that I mentioned have the purview, the authority to take action. They have the obligation to act pursuant to CEQA. So in this instance, staff would assert that the CHB does have the purview and the authority to take action. What staff has done is analyze the project pursuant to a number of exemptions, indicated why staff feels that there are no impacts and that these qualify for this project qualifies for these exemptions. And it is indeed the Cultural Heritage Board, in this case, both boards' obligation to take action. So another way to put it would be, if you have a specific concern based on what staff has proposed, we would need that information, because staff feels that that is an appropriate exemption to apply, and we apply it on a number of projects. And when I say we, staff does it, boards have done it, planning commission, city council, et cetera.
Okay. Thanks for the input.
You're welcome.
I'd like to make one comment real quickly to Kevin. Whatever the reason, it's really wonderful that we now have one of the better examples of adaptive reuse I've seen in the city, as opposed to what was there before. I'd like to agree with Chair Hedgepeth that trying to insert a whole new building inside of that building severely damaged the integrity of that building. And now what we have is a really wonderful example of the way that a place that has been changing since these buildings were first built is continuing to evolve, but you can still read the history in the landscape. And that's the whole point of heritage and historic preservation. You gotta be able to read in the fabric of your city where you came from, because it helps you figure out where you're going. So thank you for that.
Board Member Fennell.
I mirror Vice Chair Purser's, view on the building. I'm so happy that Building C is going to remain in its original. I do think that it is one of the best things that we've seen as far as reuse, and I know you're not going to be coming before us, but it seems like every time you've come before us, it gets better and better, and so it's really heartening to see that, and I am so pleased with Building C. That's all.
Board Member McHugh.
No new comments or questions.
And I just want to echo the comment that it seems to have improved in its sort of consistency with character as it's gone along, and compliment you on the resilience and the dedication of the effort. I think it's a great attempt, a successful attempt of blending the city's priorities and the other aspects of the zoning code that bear on the project with the zoning overlay and the findings that we need to make to grant a landmark alteration permit. And I can make those findings based on the very detailed information, and particularly the updated study, which was certainly warranted and which I consider to have been well done. And I'd like to thank staff also for shepherding this through and making sure the project is appropriate. I'd like to just comment on the requested amendments. I think the First Amendment is appropriate, and I would support it. And I personally wouldn't be comfortable going against a longstanding practice that staff, who I've always found to be quite capable and well advised by legal counsel. I wouldn't want to depart from that under the circumstances. I wouldn't want the resolution to be weaker than it's possible to be. And I think that even though it's not the underlying material isn't related to the Cultural Heritage Board's specific expertise, that the Cultural Heritage Board is a body of the city that can make those findings based on its own independent evaluation and the materials that have been provided. I think that there are some that are not necessarily within the purview of the particular body that is approving it, and that probably is commonplace. I know that the Planning Commission doesn't necessarily understand what sort of soil is being removed, for instance, but I think that based on the staff analysis, I can find that the project has been analyzed and that the exemptions and the compliance determinations are appropriate. So I would support not modifying the CEQA section of the resolution, but amending item C to strike the words after winery. And Vice Chair, if you have any comments, please.
Chair Edmonds, and if I might just respond to that request. So the resolution, the draft resolution, it has been vetted by city attorney staff. That particular finding that's being referenced for an amendment, first of all, procedurally, it would need to be a friendly amendment that would have to be accepted by the motion maker, up for a vote of both boards. I would caution the boards on amending that condition as it's been referenced, because the information in that finding is related to evidence that staff has available, that staff has evaluated, and that the public has had a chance to review. I believe you, Board Member Purser, had indicated that you had done some analysis and research, and so I'm cautioning the boards on taking action on information that the boards are presenting now that perhaps other board members did not have, nor did the public, nor did staff.
No, absolutely. No one should act on stuff they haven't seen. My point is, I was curious. I wanted to know, having seen the language, what the standing was of the round barn and the park around it. And I satisfied my own curiosity, and that made me remembering the differences of opinion around whether or not that body of property constituted a buffer or not, I would suggest it would be a stronger resolution if we omit that language.
Just for clarification, I believe it's finding C that we're referencing. That finding talks about compatibility with adjacent or nearby landmark structures. And
would be left in.
yeah, and I believe the second statement that's being referenced as to be stricken directly addresses that point because it's talking about the surrounding structures.
I've got these are items in the landmark alteration,
Yes.
which is not the current resolution up for discussion or vote.
I agree.
I thought it was.
No.
No,
The motion was for the
preliminary design review. So the item that you're talking about is present in the design review package on page 2, item number 4. So it's in both documents.
So that's a great reminder.
But
we can take
not
action.
talking about the landmark alteration.
We can come back to this point, but it's just for the Cultural Heritage Board, essentially.
Quickly said, the way staff has sequenced this, it's actually the efforts of CHB first with the landmark clearance. You actually have the floor sequentially. We are the cart, we are the horse. We're going to be talking about in Resolution 2 collectively design review. So this is your time as a board to, as I understand it.
And it was that the motion was made for the design review entitlement. That
Yes.
requires a vote of both boards.
Okay.
This finding that we're discussing, finding C, is in the landmark alteration permit, which is just the purview of the Cultural Heritage Board.
Thank you for that clarification. It can get complicated. So my understanding then is that we are still on task with getting our friendly amendments square collectively as a board. The items pertaining to CHB, the landmark clearance, are a secondary action, even though they're noted differently. Is that true? Yes.
So is there any procedural need to expand the scope of the motion or to put a duplicate motion on the floor having to do with the resolution, the landmark alteration permit, or can we proceed?
Typically, we do those in sequence, so we'll do the joint action first and then come back for the landmark alteration permit.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. With that, I just wanted to go through what I understand. We've had a motion and a second about preliminary design review approval for said DTURC project. I'm going through my notes here of what I understand to be the highlights that could be a friendly amendment. One is the consideration of, where appropriate, bathrooms perhaps shifting. That's a consideration. The second is the consideration of the use of more historic brick or modules of brick and those colors that began to reflect the building proper as it was built for pavers, plaza areas. There was a comment in general about plants that I think I'm understanding that there is tolerance for date palms. Did anyone choke on that? No one? So there was, it seemed a little faint to me about what else to do other than the fact of northerly light and being, consideration of being mindful of where sun can hit and not hit so plants can survive. Okay. Consideration of photosynthesis for all plants. So, okay. The next.
Sorry, Warren. And in addition to that, just something that is more of a local native palette, maybe not native plants specifically, but something that is more in line with where we are.
Okay.
And I agreed with that as well.
Yes. Thank you. I wanted to refresh those things that resonated. So local palette considerations. There's consideration of potentially different colors. I'm not a big friend of Kermit the Frog Green. I know with your brick, there's comments in general about should we have more brick. I don't think I heard a whole lot of resonating things. The arch lintels aren't necessary on the new. That's a consideration is all. there was an amendment, a friendly amendment potential here of revisiting the 9th Street elevation on Building D. That was fairly strong.
That's a shall.
That's a shall. Shall revisit, shall go to. All right. Has there been any other amendments that seem to be out of the picture that are not at least understood and resonating with the applicant?
And Warren, the shall, the last one there, I think the wording needs to be shall redesign the north facade of building D per the design review standards of the City of Santa Rosa, specifically regarding four-sided architecture.
So
that's how I would write it.
in regards to that portion of the building, that project hasn't, that north side of the building, that proposal hasn't changed from back in January, correct?
I wasn't here in January.
I get that. Yeah. But here's the problem with the process with us in the city of Santa Rosa is that you have a builder and a project developer that keeps coming time and time again to get these projects approved. And every time they come back, there's either a new person on the board or somebody that brings up a new issue that could have been brought up before. And the problem with development here in the city of Santa Rosa right now is we can't get these projects forward for a variety of reasons. But this is one of those reasons that we keep having them come back and make changes that we didn't ask them for before. It's not, it stymies the projects moving forward. It's not fair to the developer. It's not fair to the city and the staff. And so while I think you have a very valid point in regards to the appearance, I'm concerned about our process.
So with regard to that, the motion on the floor today is to grant preliminary design review to the applicant and their design team. The preliminary design review is our entitlement action as a board. So what we're saying to them is they're good to go if they do. The only shall on the proposed amendment is that elevation. Everything else is a consider for Kevin to go back and look at, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, no big deal. And then he brings the final design package to the joint board for final approval, unless we decide to add a friendly amendment to this that would defer final to staff, which could potentially accelerate the application process. But I would say I'm uncomfortable, not because Kevin hasn't done amazing, fantastic work, but that there are elements that are missing in this package that would need to be present in final design review that we have not yet seen. And that's lighting plans and all sorts of other, stuff that is required for final design review that is not in this package, unless I missed it.
And just to add to that, typical practice has been to go through this discussion. We're working our way down to any conditions of approval, friendly amendments. Ultimately, it's up for a vote, so it needs to have a quorum, a majority of the quorum to pass. Usually before that vote happens, the board will query the applicant, make sure there's a clear understanding of those, and generally an acceptance of those. And if there isn't, work through those. So I would expect that's going to happen tonight before the actual vote takes place.
Thank you. So Eric, to your point about biting the apple and looking at this, I'm trying to recall myself seeing the north elevation of that building, and I had started the consideration was a revisiting of this. I know that Kevin is going to have to move forward with the project on all the entitlement fronts with all consultants to move ahead. The motion that was placed before us was preliminary design. No one did say singularly in that sentence that reverting to staff after preliminary. I'm respectful of not wanting to trouble the applicant with changes that aren't justified. The motion currently stands as preliminary design. I've labeled 6 items. They're all considers except the last one.
Chair Hedgebeth, if I may just add one clarification. Ms. Jones just clarified for me, reminded me that pursuant to resilient city zoning, zoning that was put in place after the fires, final design review is automatically delegated to staff unless the design review board, in this case the Cultural Heritage Board as well, directs this project to come back for final review, final design review.
So having said that, that's a given. I really think, I'm just going to speak for myself here a minute. I'm looking at Kevin, and I know Kevin has done a fine job at sculpting, shaping, and you're mindful of the comments. And I'm certainly willing, as chair, to have these considerations, which has been the tone post-2017, stand. Do I hear a nay to that? Okay. So having said that, there's...
Sorry, Chairman, is that, so it wouldn't, we're not stipulating that it would come back to us?
We're not.
Okay.
It's staff is reminding us
just to clarify,
that
to make certain
this package is complete enough for staff to move forward. We do have a landscape. We've had, I mean, I even went down a level of structural here. So we've had an applicant who has worked with fire, worked with life safety, worked with colors. This has been several efforts. And again, historically, since the fire, we have had considerations which are not, they're tolerated. Is that a good word by staff? The considerations are tolerated by staff in this resilient time that if we did record, if we passed tonight, a motion seconded, that motion can have considerations to it. They're not binding, but they are possibly intact for review.
Is the question, is staff able, capable, comfortable with considers versus shalls to review and work with the applicant at final design review?
That is the question.
Staff is very much able to do that.
Okay.
And in addition, I think the project architect would like to comment on the items that are on the table right now.
Thank you. Excellent.
So I've heard all the comments. I would agree on the north elevation, and I'm happy to work with staff. We actually did that last time around. We ended up having to appeal the project, went to City Council. City Council took action on final design review, but we did make changes that were suggested. We did look at the considerations, and so we're more than happy to do that and work with staff.
Okay.
Chair Hedgebeth, I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion for the 6 items that have been read. Do you guys have a copy of kind of what we did? Can you read them back to us?
So I have 6, and they are a little paraphrased, so please jump in and add more, but it's consider bathroom relocation of the units, consider more historic brick use of the overall design, consideration of local native plant palette and plants that don't require as much sunlight in the areas in between the narrowest portions of the building. There was the 5th one, I kind of missed that. I don't know if I have arch.
It was like a local palette. I think the whole thing's together that you could bind them together, so 4 and 5. I had 4 as local palette, and you can talk about photosynthesis as well if you want.
I do remember that word being used. And then the last one that I have was shall redesign the north elevation of building D. And that's where I stopped because I was.
Yeah, the only change I would make on the bathroom one, I would just say reflect natural light. So it's consider bathroom relocation to impact natural light into units. Because otherwise it's just like, hey man, move the bathrooms for me.
And we've already had, Kevin has already mentioned he's going back. I don't know if we're going to say consider North Street exploring or whether it's.
No, it's shall. You're comfortable with shall?
Okay. We need a little bit more clarification on the shall redesign or the north elevation. What would you specifically be looking for?
I think the way that I said it earlier, shall redesign the north elevation of building D pursuant to the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Guidelines, specifically four-sided architecture.
That's perfect.
And defer to staff for.
Well, we don't need to do that because it's in the priority development zone, so it's already part of the resolution.
Yes.
So moved, the 5 items.
Okay. So we have 5 items in closure.
Sorry,
We had
Warren,
the-
quickly, on the brick, that was specifically, I think that was item 2, specifically like for the ground plane. Yep.
Yes,
So it's
thank
more
you.
of a
Ground plane
landscape
brick.
treatment. Thanks.
So we have an original party that launched a motion.
Just, if I may, since this is the joint action,
Yes.
you may wish to query the Cultural Heritage Board to see if they have any additional amendments they'd like to
Thank you.
put forth.
Board members, any amendments to propose? Board Member McHugh?
No, no additional amendments.
Board Member Fennell? Vice Chair Purser? And none from me.
All right. So we can, that is the proper legal and.
And the applicant is, the applicant is okay with the shall on the north side?
Yes.
Then I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, and this, who had the second?
I'll second.
All right. With that,
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think I seconded, so I concur.
thank you, collectively. My pardons. So with that, Patty, we'll roll a roll call, or is it buttons? What do we do?
Okay, for Design Review Board, Weigel,
Aye.
Goldschlag,
Aye.
Cordenbrock,
Aye.
Wicks,
Aye.
Sharon,
Aye.
and Hedgepeth.
Aye.
We'll need a roll call on the Cultural Heritage Board, too.
We'll need to go down line with Casey.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Cultural Heritage Board, Purser. Aye. McHugh,
Aye.
Fennell,
Aye.
Edmondson.
Aye.
Okay.
So that was a unanimous approval. Now we can move to the landmark alteration permit, which is just the purview of the Cultural Heritage Board.
Board members, would anybody like to make a motion approving the landmark alteration permit?
I'll make a motion. A resolution of the Cultural Heritage Board of the City of Santa Rosa approving a landmark alteration permit for the DeTurk Winery Village located at 806 Donahue Street and 8 West 9th Street in the West End Preservation District, assessor parcel numbers 010091001 and 010091007, file number PRJ18-087, and waive further reading of the text.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And could we have a roll call, please?
Okay, Purser?
If there are any friendly amendments, they should be made at this time.
I propose a friendly amendment to section C in the draft. I would propose rewording the language after the word winery to read as follows. The DeTurk Park and DeTurk Round Barn provide a design transition element. The reason for this different language is that it's closer to the intent of the larger resolution that we just passed. and it removes the implication that that is a matter of historical integrity. It's just a sense that there's this thing in the middle that buffers the residential area. It does not refer to the fact that the round barn or the park are themselves historical. I think that's a cleaner way to refer to what we're using the existence of the park to be, okay? It doesn't hold up as a historical statement. It holds up as a design statement or as a landscape, cultural landscape phenomenon. That's my argument.
Board members, does anybody second? Okay.
Since this language as drafted is a summary of the Painter report, if we have Ms. Painter still on the line, if we could call and ask her for her feedback on that, that would be the staff recommendation at this point.
Okay, we accept the recommendation.
5-minute recess?
5-minute recess, okay.
Thank you. So we were able to get a hold of Ms. Painter. She's been listening to the proceedings, and she found that amendment to be acceptable. So therefore, that would be a friendly amendment back to the original motion maker, who would need to accept, and then the second, and then you can have a vote.
Then I will accept the amendment.
And as the person who seconded the motion, I will accept the amendment.
Okay, the motion was made by Board Member McHugh, it's seconded by Vice Chair Purser. And could I have a roll call, please?
Okay, Purser? McHugh?
Aye.
Fennel? Edmondson?
Aye. And the motion passes with 4 ayes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, too. Thank you very much, Kevin, for many years. Okay. Yeah, did Dora abstain? Oh, no. Okay, thank you. I'll give you some courtesy time. Brad, you can always get a text back from, hopefully this won't take too long, but what we do is Patty, if she has herself, she'll text you when your pizza's ready. Okay.
Text you when your pizza's ready.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. We'd like to commence now with item 6.2, which is the Downtown Station Area Specific Plan Update, the Phase 1 Summary and Alternative Analysis Background. And Jessica, you can share with us this. Are you presenting? Or is it, I'm sorry, is it?
So actually, Patrick Streeter is our project manager, so he will be giving the presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. Share.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, Chair Edmondson, members of the boards. The item before you is a study session on our downtown station area specific plan. We've just wrapped up phase 1 of the specific plan update, which was the outreach, the issues and opportunities phase, and the outreach associated with it. So the purpose of this meeting is just to provide the boards with an update on where we are in this plan update. We're also entering phase 2, which is our alternatives analysis. So I'll present some of the alternatives that we're looking at, and we'll just get some preliminary feedback from the boards. This is not an action item, and also this will be back in front of these boards again before there's actually a determination made, a decision made in front of the council. So if you don't get everything out tonight, that's fine. We'll have another opportunity to take a look at these items. So just quickly some background on the specific plan update for those who are in the audience and members of the board who have not seen this presentation before. In 2007, our council adopted a specific plan for the downtown area in anticipation of the SMART train arriving. It was a 20-year plan, and part of it envisioned around 500,000 square feet of non-residential floor area to be developed, as well as around 3,400 new residential units in the downtown. We're now more than halfway through. Only 100 of those 3,400 units have actually been constructed. We're about a little less than halfway there with the non-residential development, but still we're falling short of those goals that were envisioned now that we actually do have the SMART train present. In February of 2018, the council adopted their goals and they made development of downtown and downtown housing their top tier priorities. In response, our department applied for and received a grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission to update the specific plan that we have in place to try to realize that vision from the 2007 plan. With this with this grant award, we were able to get consultant help. So we have consultants that are doing technical analyses, but during this process, it is a plan for Santa Rosa, so outreach and engagement is key. So throughout this process, we are trying our best to just get as many voices to the table, and that includes these two boards that are before us tonight. The downtown plan area may be different from what's traditionally thought of as a downtown. It includes our downtown core around Courthouse Square, as well as Railroad Square, but it also has 6 of our 8 preservation districts within the downtown boundaries, and the other 2 are just adjacent to it, a little bit to the north. And we do have an aggressive timeline for this plan. As I mentioned, we've just wrapped up our first phase, which was looking at issues and opportunities. Right now we're entering the alternatives exploration. So we've done the background studies, we've done the initial outreach, we've done the scoping. Now we are looking at how this plan could look and making sure we didn't miss anything, and then also getting feedback on what elements that, based on this initial phase, we should be incorporating into what's called a preferred alternative. That will be the draft plan that goes forward for consideration by the council. It'll go through environmental review, and ultimately, if the council chooses to adopt it, that will be our new updated station area plan. And I hopefully won't be here 10 years from now trying to go through this process again. As I mentioned, the outreach is a key component throughout this process. There is a plan website. It's plannedowntownsr.com. We've also established a community advisory committee that's made up of representatives of different demographics and neighborhoods that we'd like to get the word out to participate in this plan. So it's a committee that's meant to encourage others to participate. We've also established the technical advisory committee, which is made up of city staff members as well as outside agencies that can provide the technical expertise, the knowledge to make sure that the plan that we move forward is also something that's feasible, that we can implement. We've held our first 2 community workshops. They were on May 1st and May 4th. As I mentioned, that wrapped up our first phase, so that was the opportunity to have everyone come down and physically work with maps, and we also had a robust online component associated with that. And we've held our first technical advisory committee. That was on May 30th, and they considered the same items that will be before you tonight. So just to give a summary on our issues and opportunities phase, there's about 5,500 residents of Santa Rosa that live downtown. That's about 3% of our total city. The residents tend to be a younger demographic, and they live alone or with roommates, so as opposed to a nuclear family that you find more on the outside of the downtown area. They're also less likely to own a car. 78% of our downtown residents own a car, while citywide it's closer to 94%. We have around 8,400 jobs in the downtown. They're mostly in the retail, hospitality, and professional services sector. Only less than 2% of those people actually live in the downtown, so the people that work downtown are primarily commuting from areas outside of the downtown, and 63% of those people commute from outside the city. So based on the background studies that we've done, it looks like we need to add around 1,000 new housing units per year in the downtown to keep up with the demand that we have. There are large vacant and underutilized sites, areas where the value of the land is higher than the structures that are sitting on it. Also city-owned buildings that are becoming more of a financial burden to maintain than could possibly yield results if they were to be redeveloped. And right now, we don't, as I mentioned, we've had 100 units built in the downtown since this plan was adopted. So right now, the multifamily development in Santa Rosa is unproven. There's nothing for a developer to compare it to get comparables on what kind of return they're going to get for their investment. So that's a challenge that we're trying to jump over with projects like the one that was just before you. So we're also looking to make the path as easy as possible for the development community, so that involves looking at the costs and the processes, how we can streamline projects, again, to get those comparables out there. We also, as I mentioned, we have our primary job market is on the lower end of wage earnings in our downtown, so it's looking at a way to bring higher wages into the downtown that could support higher rents, which would then also support the more affordable rents in a single development. And also just as you move more residents and more employees into the downtown, that fosters development, that invigorates the area, and so you do start to see it as a self-perpetuating form of development. Building heights in the downtown currently are primarily centered around Courthouse Square. That's where we have our tallest clusters of buildings, though they're only in the 6-story range. We do allow up to 10 stories currently in the densest parts of our downtown core. The tallest buildings in the city are actually outside of the downtown. They're the Silvercrest Towers, which are at 10 stories over on Montgomery Drive, and Bethlehem Towers on Tupper, which is 14 stories. So in our outreach efforts, we've had different opinions regarding height and density in the downtown. There was some feedback that we received that increasing the upzoning properties, increasing the density would allow for properties to change hands and we'd start to see some development. But it was also we were also informed, that currently there is a lot more allowance for increased density and increased heights, and we're not seeing those types of development taking place. So there may be other factors that need to be considered beyond just density and height. Connectivity was a major conversation point in all of our outreach, specifically the east-west between Courthouse Square and Railroad Square. There's a perception of safety and also connectivity between these two areas, that they're considered two separate, distinct portions of the city, even though as the crow flies, or even a savvy walker or biker can get between those two areas pretty quickly. We also have heard feedback, and our analysis supports road diets on some of our major corridors, especially with the reunification of Courthouse Square. A lot of traffic has been moved off of Mendocino Avenue and Santa Rosa Avenue, so there is the opportunity there to look to non-vehicular forms of using those corridors. A lot of feedback that we received was in relation to programming for downtown, what people would like to do downtown. Performance venues, food-oriented retail such as grocery stores or specialty food shops, as well as restaurants, were top picks from people that we've talked to. And the leisure and hospitality sector that would support those is projected to continue growing. It's already been in our downtown. So now I'll go into some of these alternatives. So an analogy I like to think of for alternatives is, I'm going to give you 3 alternatives that we're considering right now. Think of them as 3 shelves in a grocery store. So there's products on each of these shelves. You've got your shopping cart, and you can pick from the shelves. You don't have to pick everything from shelf 1 or everything from shelf 2. These are just organizational tools so we can present some different ideas. Also, you can go on Amazon and pick up something that you don't even see on these shelves. So these are just, we're throwing ideas out there. We're trying to get some initial feedback. But if you have other ideas on how we can improve this plan, please feel free to share them. And again, you don't need to say, I really like alternative 1, let's go with that. You can say, I like this feature of alternative 1, and I like this feature of alternative 2. And as I mentioned, we're looking for feedback from the board as a body tonight. But this will be back in front of both of these boards before any decision is made. And as individuals, you are more than welcome to contact staff and give us your opinions in that sense as well. So alternative 1 is the vibrant core alternative. And the idea with this one is that the bulk of development that we see is concentrated around Courthouse Square. So what our general plan currently defines as the downtown core. So in this area, you would see minimum heights for buildings, and you would not see a maximum. So you can have unlimited height to buildings, let the development dictate how tall they're going to be. On the flip side, the other areas that are not in this downtown core would have development, density, and heights capped. So you would not see much change to the outside areas. Specifically looking at Maxwell Court, which is a primarily industrial area, just in the northwest portion of our study area, as well as the Roberts Avenue, which is another industrial section just south of Highway 12. Those 2 areas would remain as industrial, and the current plan calls for them to be turned into high-density residential. So under this idea, we'd concentrate our focus on this Courthouse Square area and improving connectivity between the transit centers. So being able to get from the SMART station to that area, as well as utilizing the bus depot that we have there. So alternative 2 is our village centers idea. And in this case, our development is spread kind of evenly throughout the study area. So in this case, we don't have a central core where all development takes place. We have a maximum of 6 stories across the area. So all of the opportunity spaces that we have kind of have equal footing for the amount of development that they can accommodate. And in order to make these all reasonable areas for people to live, they would have the services, grocery stores or small shops, daycare. They'd all be developed in these kind of smaller neighborhoods. And again, we'd look to improve connectivity between them and connectivity from these neighborhoods to the existing transit that we have. And the third alternative to look at would be this transit forward alternative. This one has kind of evolved from our meeting with the Technical Advisory Committee. So they looked at the first 2 and then provided additional input, and that's where we've landed on this third idea. And this looks to focus development along our corridor. So Mendocino Avenue, Santa Rosa Avenue, West 3rd Street, and Sebastopol Road. And so whereas alternative 1, all the development was around Courthouse Square. Alternative 2, it's evenly spread. In alternative 3, we're really pushing development towards these major corridors. We're improving the roadways to make them multimodal, so improve pedestrian and improve bicycle use along these corridors. And also improve all the connections. So areas where we have the underpasses for Highway 101, those would be improved with lighting, public art, spaces that activate those areas. And so it's kind of a hybrid of the 2, but we're looking to really leverage the existing road infrastructure, but modify it so that it's accommodating to more than just vehicle use. So after we receive this initial feedback tonight, we have created that third alternative, but we're going to refine all 3 alternatives, try to present them as something that we can then move forward with and do the public outreach. We are going to hold our second Community Advisory Committee meeting next Monday. And the purpose of that meeting will be to talk to our CAC and determine ways that we want to take on this next phase and really get the message out and get as much participation as possible. That alternatives exploration will be the purpose of phase 2. We'll also have a technical advisory committee meeting that will wrap up that phase, where we will then glean from the feedback that we've received what the preferred alternative will be. We'll make sure that the TAC will help us determine whether or not that is a feasible alternative. It will then go again in front of these boards as well as our planning commission. Ultimately, the city council will decide whether or not that's the preferred alternative that we will then move forward with through environmental review and more public outreach before it's actually adopted as a plan. So that's very briefly what the purpose is for tonight. I do believe there are some members of the audience that are here for this item, so I would recommend, this is not a public hearing item, but I would recommend that the boards entertain comments from the public, possibly before questions and comments from the board, but that is at the discretion of the chairs. And as I mentioned, we have the website. All of this material is available there. And we are always open to feedback, so be it from individual members or members of the public. We want to hear your thoughts, and we also want to hear of opportunities for further engagement. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you. Excellent. In taking your insights here, we will go ahead and have the public speak before we have questions collectively as a board. And we already have a card here from Thomas Ellis. And it looks like Christina is next here, so share.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this issue here is particularly both of you, these boards here today. And thank you, Patrick, for sending the email which told me about these meetings. So I spoke before the city council the other night, and I think to some extent it wasn't very clear what I was saying because the time was short and the time got cut off. But what I was talking about was rooftop gardens. And so just to take us back, there was a group that was interested in smart growth, new urbanism, and the smart train and developing that. And then there was another group that came, which was the RUDAT, and I think you're probably familiar with those, that came in and tried to create and work to create a here. During the consideration, a part of that was that Santa Rosa Symphony would be located right out here, which would have been a here. And it became the Green Music Center, and so it was kind of disruptive a little bit in the process of Santa Rosa, because it is the Santa Rosa Symphony, of all things. And that would have helped to make it here. And so through this process, though, what I noticed was that there was a recent, I'm not sure if it's the downtown stationary specific plan or whether or not that was another ordinance that was allowed within the area somewhat separately, was to waive park fees. And I started thinking about that. Okay, well, I know, park fees is kind of expensive, but the reality is, if the city and the county build a unified building on, I think what's called the White House parking lot area, what you look down on are rooftops and asphalt. And that's pretty bad. I mean, I used to go long generations ago to the 6th Street or 7th Street County of Los Angeles engineering building on 7th Street in Los Angeles. It wouldn't be different here. You used to go up to the up floors and you talk to county engineers and all that. Road and flood, they were all there, whatever. Anyway, they moved out to Alhambra because looking at that was really stark. And what would be the difference if city and county staff worked right here and they would be looking out? The point is, rooftop gardens can become a here. And I'll point out one, which is the library building. Spectacular design. And yet, if we were to move up, we would probably lose that building. But if you put a rooftop garden on it, it becomes something else. It gets modified in the vernacular of what's needed of this time, and yet it maintains its architectural significance. It doubles the size, and I don't just mean the library, I mean all of these spaces. Look and Google and look down on what you would see if you had a 6 or 8 or 10 story building. If you look over at Silvercrest, or if you look at the building on Tupper, they have a lot of greenery around them that they look down on. And that is not the case here. And so do forgive me for going just a little bit long. I can send you the email that I sent out, in which says, rooftop gardens are the answer to the question of, is there a here, or is there there? What is there? Santa Rosa is here without a here, like Fresno. Ouch. Rooftop gardens answer the question affirmatively. The second question is, how much would it cost? We know $18 million for a bit of park here, of which you could, instead of substitute, you could have an incentive of rooftop gardens that instead of paying a park fee, and I know you guys can't do it, but you can influence it.
Well, thank you, Tom. We understand. That's enlightening. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks again. And we have Kristen Kiefer next.
Good evening, Chair Birch and the other members. This evening, I want to thank Patrick for his presentation and for talking about the alternatives as a suite of options. Sorry to back up. I am a resident of West Santa Rosa and I work in the downtown. I very much care about this downtown station area plan as I see myself as a future participant in this plan and being part of the downtown fabric. A couple of things that I found interesting in the staff report that I would like to point out are that less than 2% of people who work downtown actually live downtown. I work downtown and I would love the opportunity to potentially live downtown, but I do not see that as a current option, and I'm very interested in this plan as a solution. Again, like the idea of talking about the alternatives as a suite of options to pick from, looking at the grocery store, which items are you gonna pick and put in your basket, and what is going to make for those amenities in this downtown that, like the staff report says, businesses must offer amenities and experience that cannot be obtained online. Thinking of those opportunities and experiences that cannot be obtained online, I think of the opportunities to provide further connection between 4th Street in Courthouse Square and Railroad Square, the opportunity for there to be parklets in places where the street is not wide enough for there to be outdoor dining. I think there are many creative solutions that can be part of this plan, and I think that the opportunity to think about building heights creates this conversation. If we do not know the market, if we do not know the feasibility of what can be done, I'm not sure that there is a strong reason for limiting the building heights if we don't know the answer. Looking forward, I see many opportunities for food-oriented retail and restaurants and cultural opportunities, and I am very hopeful that we get a fruitful conversation and have a plan that is realized in a couple of years, and we're not doing this conversation again in 10 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it. Those are the cards I have. Are there any other souls that wish to speak? Okay. Hearing none. We'll go back and we'll look at questions of staff. Maybe we can turn it into remarks as well here, because it's not a resolution, it is a check-in. So you can both flavor the conversation and question as well. We'll start with you, Henry.
I noticed in both alternative 1 and 2, and actually let me back up. I remember when RUDAT came to town a few years back, and connectivity was a big topic of discussion, and one of the solutions to help with our connectivity of our downtown from Railroad Square to Courthouse Square was to underground 101 basically from Highway 12 to College. But one thing that always crept up with that connectivity was there's still a mall in the way. And I noticed in both your alternative plan 1 and 2, they both show 4th Street being reconnected through that mall. Can you tell us a little bit about how that would actually happen? Has the developer been approached? Is it reality, potential reality?
So Simon is a national corporation. They're the owners and operators of the mall, and we have made several efforts to have them involved in this process as we move forward. Both their local management, we've also flown out to their headquarters to have them involved. So a reconnection of 4th Street through the mall is actually in the existing 2007 plan. The way that would be implemented would be if Simon were to propose some sort of major redevelopment of the mall, that would be a condition of approval on doing that. So if they wanted to, say, build a new residential tower, part of their requirement would be that they then reconnect 4th Street. So some of the alternatives that we're looking at are keeping that full-scale vehicle connection going through the mall as part of the plan. We've also looked at making it a perhaps 24-hour pedestrian and maybe bicycle pass-through while you maintain the integrity of the mall structure, and working with Simon to allow something like that. Or finding ways to make areas that go around the mall more approachable. But yes, ultimately, it would be up to the owner and operator of the mall whether or not any of these changes actually take place. So that's why we're trying to have them involved in the conversation as much as all the community feedback.
Right. So do they own Sears as well, or is that Sears independently owned?
Yep, they're the owner of the entire mall, but there are several ground leases for different corporations. So the Sears site is partly in their hands, but partly in the Sears parent company that still owns the lease to that property.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Adam?
Thanks. Great check-in. Does Simon want to? Are they in any conversation? Do they want to play ball?
We've had very fruitful conversations with them, especially looking at the changing dynamic of retail, what that looks like, as well as especially looking at the Sears site, the potential for that site, and some of their other properties. This mall happens to be doing very well. Some of their other properties, they've already moved into the development scheme. So they're not just looking at traditional retail-based malls. It's something they've already done with some of their other properties. So we've had good conversations with them.
That's encouraging. Thanks. In terms of Maxwell Court area, with the recent news with the Bodine asphalt plant, how's that affecting things? I mean, I'm certain that it was on your radar before, but how, with it actually happening?
Mm-hmm. So an asphalt plant is particularly noxious industrial use. So some of the alternatives that we've been looking at have been maintaining an industrial feel, but having them be more maker spaces, kind of lower impact light industry, which is what the majority of that area already is. So moving in that direction, I don't think there's been much consideration of maintaining it as a heavy industry type of area. So with Bodine leaving, that actually just moves us in the direction that we're currently going. Right now in the plan, it is proposed to be a residential area. Right now there's an overlay zone that's set to expire in 2020 unless the council decides to continue it. So we are moving in the direction that the plan currently proposes, and likely with whatever alternative is settled on, it would also push that forward agenda.
Okay. Do you know the park in Seattle, Gasworks Park, by any chance?
Pardon?
Do you know the park in Seattle called Gasworks Park?
I'm not aware of it, no.
Oh, I'll send you an email. Okay.
Okay.
It's very interesting. We were talking about adaptive reuse before. It's an adaptive reuse of what actually was a gas refinery and fuel facility right in almost downtown Seattle, and was preserved as, they preserved a lot of the machinery and the flavor of the site, and then created this beautiful actual experiential park in a residential neighborhood with it. So, sort of a precedent that could be looked at. I'll send you an email. Also, I noticed with the tally of respondents, one of the, that playgrounds and children activities got a fair number of responses, but I don't see it included in any of the alternatives, unless I'm missing that?
I think it'll be when we have the more fleshed out alternatives that will, as something that was popular will come up. Yeah. I think when we're looking at these different alternative types, the children activities, the family-based activities, in alternative 2, where development is spread throughout the different areas, we'd want to see them in each of those neighborhood centers. Okay. Whereas if we're concentrating the population around Courthouse Square, that's probably where we'd also put those resources forward too.
Okay, great, because I know that was one of the options for Courthouse Square that was kind of value engineered out, and sort of bringing those, because that's some of the feedback that I've heard of the access to downtown as families in particular. So. Great, and then I love all of the road diets and the bike and pedestrian improvements. I think that's going to be really important. As in terms of the village centers alternative, I do worry. It's nice to have create neighborhood identities, but I would worry about fragmenting, sort of a smaller downtown in as a whole. So I would. I would be interested to see if that becomes a more preferred alternative, to see how those are going to be connected, and if, how separate they're going to be and how connected they are also. So the fragmentation is a worry. And I think our community member that brought up kind of the annexing more space from cars with parklets and outdoor dining and things like that is something that's really worthwhile bringing in, that is also part of that road dieting as well, to make things more bike and pedestrian friendly, and to really in some ways de-emphasize the car in downtown as much as possible. I think that out of any alternative, it seems like you guys are going with that, but this really needs to be emphasized. So look forward to the next phase. All right.
Thank you, Adam. Eric?
Patrick, thanks for looping out to us. I do have a few questions. Can you go to this, first one's to process. If you can go back to the Santa Rosa Downtown Station Area Plan Community Engagement Process slide. So the very first meeting on the bottom was the stakeholder interviews, and I'm assuming those were the interviews with developers, project managers, et cetera?
Correct.
So what concerns me is I don't see us looping back out to them as we flesh out different ideas, unless I'm missing it in a different component.
I think that's a valid observation. So.
I think it's key. If we develop a plan, whatever that may be, I think there needs to be a few more loop outs, because they're a major stakeholder, because they're the ones that you want developing those projects. And if we develop this plan and we think it's great, but we haven't looped out to the stakeholder as to whether or not that works for them or pencils out for them, it's a lot of work to waste. So I think, I'm not sure how the contract reads with Diet and Bhatia, I can't pronounce the name.
Bhatia is good.
Bhatia. Yeah. But I think you need to loop back out. I know that my constituents and with the developers, they're disappointed because many of them were not touched. So we already had that in the beginning, and now I don't see anything in that process for them to provide input. And I think they're an important stakeholder. There's many important stakeholders, but they're certainly one of them. So I'd encourage us to do that. There's some conflicting options in here. One of them is reconnecting 4th Street, having that connect back and forth, which may or may not work. Part of the problem is 4th Street is already real narrow, very slow to traverse via vehicles. So, if we want to get rid of cars, make it more pedestrian friendly, something like downtown Austin, I forget the name of the street, has a whole, basically our 4th Street that's all closed. So it's outdoor dining, pedestrian area, shops, et cetera. So maybe that's something we should look at if we're looking at connecting it for vehicle traffic. 4th Street is really narrow and moves very slowly, and I don't think we'd get the gain out of it. I saw in here an option was a skate park. Can you explain to me the benefit to that? I'm trying to understand that one.
We actually have had feedback from some of our youth engagement as well that they'd like to see a skate park in the downtown. But the thinking with that option was types of land uses that are going to activate the underpass spaces. So a skate park is an example of a recreational area that would draw people to that area and also create more kind of eyes on the street, while serving that need for having more things to do, especially youth-oriented things to do in the downtown.
Yeah, and my personal opinion and experience is getting youth engaged in having areas for them, I think, is important. I think a skate park is a poor choice.
we have skate parks here in multiple cities in Santa Rosa, or in Santa Rosa and multiple cities in the county. They don't generate any income for surrounding businesses. There's a lot of graffiti that's associated with that spreads to the surrounding areas, and again, may thwart some development downtown. So while attracting and engaging youth activities, I think, is a great idea, the skateboard park is probably not the best option for that. You know, the trolley is certainly an interesting concept. Windsor's having a tough time with their trolley and getting that off the ground and making that successful and trying to move people from one part of town to the next. So, you know, before we head down that path, maybe look at where the trolley works and where it doesn't and why. Because that's certainly a very expensive venture for the city, even if it's a private-public partnership. And again, I really encourage us to loop back out to those stakeholders, those developers, and rather than creating a plan and hoping they come, let's create a plan with the developers to make it work. Thank you.
Thanks. And if I could just make a comment in response to that, while we do have a set scope with our consultant group, we as staff also are free to engage in any kind of outreach and engagement that we think would benefit the plan as well. So these suggestions don't hold back if it's not something that's already in the scope. So just like that, we do want to hear those other opportunities for making the plan the highest quality it can be.
Thank you, Eric. Drew.
So I was looking at the 370-page report that you put together, Patrick, I guess, with your team. So kudos to you. Big document. But I think what fascinates me about this during your presentation was the 63% of downtown workers commute from outside Santa Rosa. That blew my mind. Because I live in the JC and I work downtown. So for me, I'm like, it's 5 minutes, you know, whatever, if it's 20 minutes if I decide to walk or what have you. But that piece is crazy to me. And I wonder, how, I mean, it strikes me as like a San Francisco number, right? You know, 75% of people who work in downtown San Francisco commute from outside. You know, that seems like a San Francisco number. It was really surprising that it's a Santa Rosa number to me, given our demographics and our size and kind of all those things. So I'm wondering how we tilt the scale, right? And so the questions on the height for buildings, I think what's interesting in our profession, in the architecture profession, what we've been hearing from developers for, I don't know, last couple of years, would you say, is that it doesn't pencil, right? We hear that a lot from them about, you know, this many units or this height or what have you. And it seems to me that the most common type of residential development that we've both seen here at Design Review Board, but also that developers have directed us to pursue, is a 2-story concrete podium with 3 or 4 stories above in wood construction, because that's the economical way, right, to develop in their mind. So I'm wondering, you know, that's not necessarily the most dense way to develop, right? Because that limits you to 3 or 4 stories of housing, and then potentially 2 stories of support services for the housing, or potentially retail or something else. So what is the breaking point from a city standpoint that would encourage different development in a different building typology that would actually, quote unquote, pencil, right? Is it impact fees? Is it partnerships? You know, is it public-private partnerships that have seen a lot of success in other parts of the country lately? Is it, you know, some kind of density swap or something? I don't know the answer. I'm trying to ask, you know, why is it that we have so many people who commute to downtown? We have elements that are heavily impactful as part of our downtown, right? The markets seem to be pretty well attended, right? The Pliny release is ridiculous. I remember you guys did a study in 2015 or 2016, and then I think there's another study that got done here for the economic impact of that particular event. So it's not like we don't have things going for us in downtown Santa Rosa, and different places that I've lived have seen ebbs and flows of their downtown as well related to business services and what's present and available. And a lot of the resurgence that I'm familiar with in particularly the Southeast, where I moved here from, was the reintegration of a performing arts center into the downtown that completely blew up their downtown development. In one instance, it was coupled with also a university bringing housing downtown as well. So obviously it would require, you know, like Sonoma State or something to have a Santa Rosa campus, which could be interesting, right? But there's a lot of opportunity there, I think, for both housing and services related to higher education that could be integrated. But I like the ideas of kind of the buffet of options you have right now. I really don't know the best answer, but it seems like there are a lot of different options on the table to invigorate development, and connectivity and opportunity seem to be the two largest recurring themes in the three options that you've presented, right? Because who doesn't want to just park their car and walk around all day? Or who doesn't want to ride their bike? I mean, at least that's, maybe not everybody, but that's definitely beneficial for me. I would walk my kids, you know, around, hang out, go to dinner, whatever, if it was all much more multimodal like you talked about. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Yeah, very interesting. There's so many dynamics to think about. We have an aging population. We have young people coming in. There's probably been a lot of discussion around jobs and the caliber of jobs downtown that would attract people that would need a car. There is an architect by the name of Fujiko Maki, and Japanese. He was Harvard's dean. He wrote a white paper back in 1964 on patterns in collective. The dissertation, which is lifelong, is that we have three options. We can look at grid systems and where there are nodes along grid systems where things function. The other is a megastructure where all problems are solved. You know, put 2,500 people or 24,000 people in a megastructure. And then there's this more loosely, the third category is a collective. And I think about being in Santa Rosa so long, I'm familiar with towns like Vancouver, BC, which have 22-story buildings along corridors which house people that create vibrancy in the street. It seems to work at a scale, it's not overwhelming. In Santa Rosa, we've been troubled for decades with capitalizing the downtown infrastructure, and I'm going to speak a little bit like a developer now. We have a lot of areas of town which have 6-inch pipes, 4-inch pipes that can't even begin to support a multi-story building. So the town of Napa, with all their TOT dollars, preceding Santa Rosa's 2007 downtown station area, they did a full CEQA blanket. They had capital, a lot of capital, and they created a mega CEQA document where there's no traffic studies, no air quality studies. You simply come in and it's all done for you in the downtown. And one of the things that troubles developers, as Eric had mentioned, the decoupling, the protraction of time. Time is a great enemy of developers. The death nail is probably 7 years, 2.5 years, shallow breathing starts. And how does all that work? And for many years, the idea of the food desert, the vitality of people really living there, do they have a job that makes them enough money that they stay there? Because I think the problem is seniors living downtown, maybe I'll speak for myself, it's wonderful to be a senior and enjoy capital to be there. But the problem with that model is that it has a timeline to it. The can will burn shorter, and it's a lot of capital to consider. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have seniors. It's just that the thing that let me qualify that. Having a preponderance of seniors downtown serves neither. I have a mother-in-law who's 92, who's lived in Oakmont. She wants to move back to Portland, Oregon and be in the 7th floor of a building. She's tired of Oakmont, and she may live another 10 years. So my point about the seniors is they can be very mobile and they can be contributors. But I was intrigued with Drew's comment about capital and youth. If for some reason the state of California waives fees for education, if that's on the ballot, it's been talked about, all of a sudden this money is there to pay rent. And instead of these tiny, these timid programs of paying, $1.50 per thousand instead of $3 per thousand, maybe there's a change there. I'd like to say that I stake, as a happy senior, but as I stake my future on youth, on younger people, on an education. I noticed in your shopping cart, people love music, they want art galleries, that's all great. We've had many mayors that have wanted that. And the vibrancy by which education, putting Santa Rosa as an education first place, that's very fascinating. Bob Blanchard wanted it to be the largest used bookstore in the world. He wanted all the warehouses. If the Turk never gets built, he wanted 850 million books brought here, and so it's Ripley's, believe it or not. But we have to have this vibrancy. So I think my comments are, you've kind of got three options here, alternatives 1, 2, and 3. And if you just think dollars about the capital of pipes, think of a 24-inch pipe in the ground is going to support a 24-story or a 30-story building. And is it okay to have pipe buildings because they become economic? Steel is the answer and concrete is the answer. I've been visiting a lot of Moraga and the East Bay where they've torn down a lot of lower Safeways. They're doing steel construction. It's about 15 to 20 stories, and they do bigger buildings. It's just not economic to do little pikes. So my comment in general is we're going to need to embrace that and not be scared of it, because the economy of going vertical, I don't think there's a path forward with frittering 10-inch pipes all over town for 5-story wood frame buildings. At some point, it's untenable. We can't sustain. The land's too precious. You want the tax revenue. You're smelling your 15 to 20. I know a lot of developers have talked about that. The AT&T tower prohibits anything over 125 feet in certain arrays. That's been marked. But for the areas where there isn't microwave or FCC arrays, I think we're really talking about 20 plus stories for anything to be tenable. You got to get the pipes in the ground and capitalize that as a city. I believe the city of Santa Rosa has a larger budget than the Warriors. I think that was voiced at one point, which is pretty amazing. But I really like the comments that my board shared in general about many things. I don't want to go through it all, but everything sounded promising. And with that, we'll turn it over to the CHB for thoughts.
Thank you. Board Member McHugh, would you like to make some comments?
As I look at the plan, I guess right now I'm tending to favor alternative 1 with a lot of the development in the core downtown Santa Rosa. As a member of the Cultural Heritage Board, I think, alternative 2 or alternative 3 starts to leak into historical districts. And I think when that happens, they start to get a little bit more complicated in a sense that we have to start to pay attention to what those historical districts are and the construction issues around that. And I think that's problematic in some respects. Therefore, my preference would be to have whatever development we do be in the Courthouse Square area in downtown. And I agree with others who have said, you know, that the challenge is to get developers to be able to pencil that out. And I'm worried about the fact that we really don't have any proof that we or the developer could get the rents for some high-rise building downtown, but I very much believe that for my perspective anyway, would be the best alternative rather than trying to spread development out around and impact historical districts.
Board Member Fennell.
So I agree with John in that having a lot of housing in the the main section of the downtown is a great idea. I also really like the idea of the road diet on Santa Rosa Avenue. I support Santa Rosa Avenue being as the gateway, as it was initially when we met, in 2007 to talk about all of this. It was considered the gateway to Santa Rosa, and that area I think is so important in that it is the first opportunity for people coming off of either Highway 12 or Highway 101, if you don't get off on the 3rd Street exit, to enter into the downtown area. And I do think that it needs more shops and more things like that. I don't really want to see high-rise apartment complexes on Santa Rosa Avenue. I would like to see that be retail and pedestrian, and make better use of Juilliard Park as a central part of the downtown, and have it right now I think it doesn't serve the purpose that the town or surrounding neighborhoods and stuff would like to see. I do like the idea of increasing on College Avenue, increasing housing in College Avenue, and taking even some of the business buildings that have been built on College Avenue that are suffering from lack of, and moving some of that into housing and redoing it. That's all I have to say for now. I'm excited to see where it continues to go.
Vice Chair Purser.
Yes.
Yeah, I share the excitement. Couple of things. I'm sort of looking back and forth amongst the alternatives, and I think I'm going to do the grocery shopping one where I jump around a little bit, and I'm going to see if I can do it by not so much talking about historical districts specifically, but talking about the historic fabric of the city and sort of where there's some hidden opportunities in that. In part because there are things that this city once did that you are almost perfectly replicating with your transit pattern here. You're off on your trolley lines by 1 block south on the one that used to be on 4th, and you've now moved to 3rd. The other thing that's missing from the 19th century pattern of trolley lines, because 19th century, 1880s, 1890s Santa Rosa was booming. And it was booming with real estate speculation. And it was laying out all of those little neighborhoods that we now call historic districts. And every single one of them was connected by a trolley line to the downtown core, which had exactly the function in a 19th century version, late 19th century, early 20th century version that you're trying to replicate now, which is kind of cool if you think about it. Welcome back to the future, right? I would agree with Laura's comment about Santa Rosa Ave. I think there's some real lost opportunities there. One of those trolley lines used to go down that road when it was called South Main Street. It is a main street. We changed the name and it lost its function, but I think there's some opportunities there that you might want to think about. And then the other thing I'd like to say about different plans, I almost sort of want to blend 1 with 3, and could you put 3 back up, Patrick? Because it wasn't in the ones that got sent to us. Okay, so there are no maps that go with this, so we're gonna have to envision, you know, Mendo, and then Santa Rosa Ave, and then West Third, and then Sebastopol. One of the things I like about that is that it stretches north-south, and it also includes as much of Santa Rosa west of the freeway as it does east. And I noticed in the minutes from a couple of meetings ago, I somehow missed it when we were approving the minutes, but there's this line in the minutes that says, someone, that was me, recommended that we spend as much time in East Santa Rosa as in West, and I actually said the reverse. I said spend as much time in West Santa Rosa as East, even in the definition of the downtown core. Because I think what you're gonna do downtown is gonna get replicated out up these north-south corridors, and especially to the west, which is where the population is going to be going. You're not going to get all 180,000 of us in downtown. I don't care if you go 50 stories. But we can really start beefing up what are going to be villages out from the downtown core. The way we did it in the 19th century was running trolley lines. You don't have to run real trolleys, because you're right, those are hideously expensive, and every place that they've tried to get people back on them, with the possible exception of San Diego, which seems to be doing pretty good with that, people won't ride them. But whatever the modern equivalent is of really frequent, really cheap public transportation, that's what we need. Going out to those villages. I live in one of those. I live off West Steele. I can walk to Cottingtown. And when I age in place as a senior, that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing. I've been practicing. I have my track shoes. I can walk to my coffee shop, but it's not gonna be downtown. But I will ride the SMART train because I'm within spitting distance of the North Station to come down to events in downtown. So the patterns you set now are the patterns that are going to be replicated out from downtown, unless we end up just as saying, you know, we're going to cut the suburbs off altogether and let them fend for themselves, which, you know, we're likely to go a little bit feral out there on West Steele if you do that. But anyway, I see an interesting combination between this sort of core downtown idea and then these transit corridors that are going to inevitably create exactly those little villages you're talking about. They're going to be possibly beyond what you've defined as the downtown core, but I don't see the pattern that was established 150 years ago changing significantly. We're just going to get more intensification in that downtown, right? What we need to put back is the way that cheap non-automobile transportation, public transportation, connected the neighborhoods to the downtown core. And we're going to have to decentralize enough services so that people can, all over the city, walk to their grocery store, right? Or take the bus to the grocery store and not have to wait 2.5 hours to go half a mile, which is where we are at the moment in my neighborhood. I can walk that far, at least at the moment. So there's some historical fabric in this city that's valuable because not only it's pretty to look at or it's something that might attract people to live in, but because it teaches lessons about how the city worked and functioned fairly effectively in the past. And I look at these maps, and what I see is 1896, just with 2019 technology. So let's leverage that. But a city is a city is a city. It's got a core. It's got peripheries. We can make those work and not violate the open space that we've got in place and not exile seniors or young people or families with kids. You know, which school districts are the people in the 10-story high-rises who happen to have kids? Where are their kids going to go to school? How are we thinking about funding any added, right, student enrollment in downtown school districts? That lovely little, you know, Luther Burbank Art Deco primary school on A Street, is it really going to take all these kids in? Where are we putting the schools? Do we need more schools? Are we expecting families to live in the 10-story apartment complexes? If so, it's not just recreation. Things like that, yeah? I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks. These are encouraging plans. It's true when you look at the old photos of the city, it's laid out on a grid, and everybody knows, at least most people know, I think, that the laying out of the highways, which was, you know, a deliberate choice, obviously, is what has caused practically all the problems in the city that we have, complete disaster with total disregard for the city and total disregard for the people in it. And the only way that seems realistic for us to fix that is to make just as deliberate a choice as the people did who ruined downtown to take it back. And the connectivity is key. I would make every choice in the two alternatives that would increase pedestrian connectivity and just generally to emulate a grid and to make as many underpasses under the highway as possible. If we lose the Roberts underpass, it's going to be a complete death knell for bringing in Roseland to the downtown and for the rest of the city. Forcing people into Dutton or forcing people through Olive Park is completely unrealistic. It's not working. And we can wish for all the housing we want down there, which is, you know, less expensive land. It's actually a realistic place, even if land values stay this inflated, for working people to afford to live. It's going to be meaningless to the downtown. We're not going to have people able to go carless. We have to remember, I think, that every piece of land, every parking space that we dedicate to a car is land that's basically privatized to people who drive, for people who can afford cars. I know that I can afford a car, but it's a burden, and it's much more of a burden for a lot of other people. I would much prefer not to have that money go out of my pocket. And the same for people who need some private open space. They don't live near a park. They are surrounded by wide and high speed limit streets, and where are they supposed to put their kids? Where are they supposed to put their dog? Making these roads pedestrian only, like 4th Street as a promenade, at least for a lot of its stretch, is a way to make it so we can have units that people can afford, where people can live without having to go to the expense of a car, and where people don't need private open space, because all of those things contribute to the inequality that we have in the city, which is a disaster. Specific point, I don't think that light industry is the highest and best use of the land south of Highway 12. I think we need to concentrate as much housing there as possible. Let's see. And to the road diet specifically, there's been a lot of support for that. To the extent that we still have automotive, travel, and that we have to accept that it's going to be this way for a while, we need to make it as safe as possible. I think everybody has seen the inability to reconcile fast, high-speed, river-type arterial roads with pedestrian safety and bike safety, loss of life. And I'm sure I'm not alone. Every time I go on a street that the speed limit is 30 miles an hour or above, you see pedestrians step up their gate and practically run for their lives to cross the street. Even when everybody's stopped, they have the right of way. We can't let these opportunities go by. If we want people to walk, they need to feel safe. And if people, feel unsafe because there are too few people in the area and they feel like they're vulnerable, the best way to fix that problem is to have more people out there, to have everybody in a neighborly way looking out for one another. And a lot of these improvements, to make them attractive, they might be expensive, but they can be done on the cheap. And I don't think there's any excuse for it. I know the plan area stops at College, but College is a major danger zone, and it's a terrible street for pedestrians and for bikes. And it's terrible to cross. It's very dangerous. So anything that could be done to improve that would be better. And, when we're talking about the historic neighborhoods, the neighborhood character, it isn't just the architecture. It isn't just keeping them looking like they might have used to look. We have to think about what role they play in the city. And most of these areas, couple notwithstanding, were areas where working people lived and could go about their daily routines without having to commute. Once the car came around, they still didn't have to commute in general. Now we have far-flung office parks. It's not the same situation exactly, but we have to be cognizant of the need to spread out and accept high density downtown. There's no reason to do either instead of both. It's going to make all of these amenities pan out financially, and it's going to create a competition for developable land where we don't see these projects fail to pencil out because there's only one lot that's appropriate that's on the market. We need as many options as possible to drive down the cost of land, which we all know is the biggest contributor to economic inequality and poverty that there is in California. But not to be too negative about the situation, I think this is a big step forward, and I would encourage the plan to be as bold as the destructive decisions that have been made in the past. It's going to take that level of boldness to undo some terrible mistakes.
Well, Patrick, you've heard many things. It seems like a lot of us are resonating collectively. I didn't hear anything about being timid about the downtown core, but the villages around, the character and heart and history, the vibrancy that we once knew is still within reach. And thank you for reaching out to Simon. That's a very courageous move. It looks like you've got them by I'll say this carefully, there's a discouragement about, as codes drop in buildings, people have to remodel, they have to do things. And you have them in a place where the 2007 policies direct them to wake up to other opportunities. So without going into further ado, you have your notes, you're going to continue. You're on a time frame, it's a lot of money being spent. My hope is that collectively you'll get to the point you want with the content you want. The idea of being too fast on the draw and not having the content and substance in place. I don't know ultimately how you're going to decide on, if there's a hybrid or not, but just that whatever closure you have, you've got some great options. And we appreciate this work. Without it, without vision, it's not a future. So that being said, I think we can close and move to the last item on the agenda. Is that procedurally?
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
All right. Yes. Brett is on his way back. Okay. So Brett, thanks for your return, your patience. We're going to have our final item, which is the SB 35, State Authored Design Standards, the Zoning Code Text Amendment. And we'll have our staff report on this, giving us the origins and the hopeful efficacy of this. This is something each city, each county needs to adopt in all 58 counties. Is that true?
Mostly. I'll go into the details on that in just a moment, but
all right.
Most cities and counties, yes.
The time is yours.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepath and members of the Design Review Board, Chair Edmondson, and members of the Cultural Heritage Board. The item before you is a report on Senate Bill 35 and the proposed multifamily design standards pursuant to this legislation. Just like to go briefly into a little background. California State Senate Bill 35 was adopted in 2017 and became law January 1st of 2018. It was part of a comprehensive package to address housing shortages and high costs within the state. It requires a streamlined ministerial approval process for specific multifamily residential projects only in jurisdictions where there hasn't been sufficient progress made toward the regional housing needs, and Santa Rosa is one of those jurisdictions. So an eligible project must be streamlined under this bill, which means it cannot be subject to any discretionary review. That means no design review, no use permit, and as such, it's not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. These projects also must be reviewed and approved or denied within very strict timeframes. Projects do have to meet quite a few requirements to qualify for this streamlined processing. First and foremost, it must be a primarily residential project that includes at least 2 residential units with specified levels of affordability. The project site must be an infill site as outlined in the Senate bill and cannot have a whole host of environmental issues ranging from wetlands to floodplains. It cannot be within a very high fire zone. It cannot include the demolition of a historic structure which is listed on the national, state, or local historic register. In addition, the construction construction workers who would actually build the development must be paid prevailing wage, which is not a standard that many developers adopt, and each project would need to be consistent with both the general plan and any zoning provisions, in addition to other city objective standards. So the purpose of coming before you and ultimately going to the Planning Commission and the City Council is for the city to prepare and adopt clear and objective multifamily design standards that respond to Senate Bill 35. And these objective standards are primarily sourced from the city's existing design guidelines. As you know, these design guidelines are subjective in nature. They are this way to allow for some discretion and flexibility for the review authority. But because they are flexible, they cannot be used to evaluate if a project is consistent and thus can be approved with SB 35. So the goal really is to ensure neighborhood compatibility, and for future projects that are approved through SB 35, that those projects really keep a high level of design and superior design as we currently have. So the proposed design standards are broken out into 6 categories. They're listed on the screen here, and I'll just very briefly highlight a few of them as you have the full text attached to your staff report. So proposed design standards related to neighborhood compatibility relate to the height of new structures, especially, well, particularly when in close proximity to preservation districts. It also suggests that new multifamily development includes some design elements from single-family housing units in close proximity, and would require that buildings are street-oriented so that there wouldn't be any parking lot areas on major street frontages abutting single-family neighborhoods. Proposed design standards related to building design covers using a consistent quality of materials on all sides of the buildings, requiring that affordable units appear the same as any market rate units in the same development, and lists out specific requirements related to the length of blank walls and requiring a variety of materials on building frontages. Proposed design standards related to massing and architecture relate to the number of architectural features incorporated into the project design. It also addresses variation in, oh, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Yes, it is. I hadn't flipped my notes here to the next page of that screen. So it discusses having a vertically articulated roof line at least every 50 feet along street frontages and breaks in walls, which extend a certain length as well. Some proposed design standards related to common and open space relate to a minimum square footage of private or semi-private open space adjacent to each unit, and also a requirement for common open space if a development includes 10 or more units. There are proposed design standards related to site design, which include not only the location of common facilities within the multifamily development, but also safety features like including windows within kitchen, living, and dining room areas that can overlook these common open space areas, and also for any parked areas to be screened by landscaping from any other public street frontage, not just the primary street. Finally, there are design standards related to accessory elements. These relate to fencing materials, especially perimeter fencing materials, and accessory equipment being screened, and also the location of dumpster enclosures for those to be located far away enough so that they aren't a nuisance, but also close enough so that the residents are able to use them easily. As you know, the city has a number of objective standards related to design in the zoning code currently. The main ones that we focus on are typically development standards. These are included in each zoning district, and these are setbacks, maximum height for buildings, and also lot coverage. So these do dictate the design within each zoning district. The zoning code also has landscaping standards related to the number of trees required per square footage, and also related to parking space numbers, and does require a certain number of shrubs and trees and ground coverage site-wide, in addition to on the in the planter strip. Outdoor lighting is also briefly addressed in the zoning code. There's discussion about down-shielded lighting, a height limit for freestanding lighting, and also the requirement that light cannot trespass onto abutting properties. And finally, the zoning code addresses both the design and dimensions of parking spaces. One important point is that the zoning code does require a specific number of parking spaces for each use. This Senate bill does not allow the city to enforce those existing standards. So Senate Bill 35 says that each development may require up to 1 parking space per unit, that's it. And in some cases, if it's in close proximity to public transit, 0 spaces would be required. So our hands are pretty tied with the parking The number, the design, and the dimension we can enforce by the zoning code or through any changes suggested tonight. I'd like to talk just briefly about the public process. So we did release an online survey on our website. This was distributed on the city's social media accounts and also by way of email. Quite a few people took the survey as of Tuesday. It was up to 89, which was surprising because there weren't too many questions, but it was asking them to rank these different proposed standards and also to provide any sort of comments. Our goal with asking for comments was to ensure we weren't missing something, and there were some good points raised. So briefly, overall trends from the public included ample and well-maintained landscaping for these developments. There were a lot of comments about color and how these buildings should have compatible colors with the existing neighborhoods, that the general architecture and height should be compatible with surrounding development, that green and sustainable buildings and landscaping should be enforced as well. The challenge with a lot of these comments is that it's difficult to form an objective standard for compatibility in many cases, but these are comments we're still appreciated, and we're hoping that you might have some suggestions as to how we can incorporate those standards into our proposal. One comment that I felt was interesting, and I'd like to point out now, which I didn't think about, was there are open space requirements that I briefly went through depending on the number of units, both private and then common, and a participant mentioned that this could be a challenge in downtown development, so I thought that was a really good point and maybe something we can work on crafting. So noticing will be completed as required by the zoning code prior to the Planning Commission and City Council public hearings for this item. This is just a report, so there's no action tonight. It's just comments and feedback from both boards. And these proposed amendments are exempt from CEQA under the common sense exemption. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation and would appreciate any feedback.
Thank you, Amy, for the presentation. I wanted to mention regarding the public, we do have one party. Is there anything you'd wish to say as a public commentary? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and we'll go back to questions, comments from north to south again, starting with Henry, rolling to CHP. Henry, you're on.
Thanks for waking me up, Warren. In fact, would it be possible for me to just email you some comments when it's at a different hour for me to perhaps write and think more coherently?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
I'm in the same boat.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thanks, Warren. Just a question regarding landscaping standards. So all projects reviewed are subject to currently adopted development standards in the zoning code. Just poking through on there, it talks about some aspects of landscape concerns. There's nothing about water, stormwater diversion or stormwater filtration or retention or anything like that. Just wondering if there's, and I didn't see anything in our standards also. Wondering if there's anything in this SB 35.
So we do have standards in place for stormwater through those. That's enforced through our building permit phase. So typically, when a discretionary review is happening, engineering looks at a stormwater plan and makes sure that it's feasible. And then when the development comes in as a building permit, that plan is approved by the building department. So they would still be able to. They would still have to comply with that, and that's required by the Regional Water Quality Board. So.
Great, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Adam. Eric?
Real quickly, thanks for the time and staying so late for staff. I know it's difficult. My question is how do we incorporate these changes along with looking at the uptown changes that we're looking at? Because even this evening, in preparation for this meeting, when we look at those design standards, an example is multifamily projects located across the street from single-family neighborhoods shall orient the buildings to the street with individual entries, patio areas, and landscaping facing the single-family homes. Parking lot areas and carports shall not be located along these street frontages. And then there's a couple more items that they run counterproductive to what we're trying to do. So I just want to make sure that we're incorporating both of those into how we're developing our new, downtown plan, et cetera. Those are my concerns. Is even looking at a couple projects today that we approved could run against some of these changes. So that's the concern. How do we incorporate that?
So is that concern pretty specific to downtown, you're saying, or is that a concern citywide?
Well, I guess it would be a concern citywide. I'm using downtown because we're looking at multifamily structures. Take Luther Burbank Gardens area for an example, where you have single family residences. If we start putting multifamily structures right there, they all have to be facing the homes. The entrances have to be facing the homes. Where we put parking lots, it gets very restrictive. It looks like it's beyond our control with SB 35, but I want to make sure that, as we develop plans on where we're going to do development and infrastructure and infill, that we can help accommodate what we're trying to accomplish and keeping that in mind.
Yes, I agree, and that's a particular challenge because we have all these design guidelines, but we're able to be flexible if it doesn't work in a particular circumstance. And here we're being encouraged to at least create some objective standards. So it's definitely a challenge. We don't want to create a situation where projects aren't feasible. And so it may be that a lot of these standards go away, or maybe in particular areas like the downtown, that might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Brett?
Excuse me. Thank you. To kind of help understand where this is coming from, I think this was maybe what was alluded to earlier about who actually has to follow the Senate bill, right? And that's basically because of the lack of housing that Santa Rosa has developed, and so this is now being implemented to facilitate that type of housing and that growth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, it does only apply to projects that meet certain criteria, which Amy outlined. So to date, we've had one person who has inquired about utilizing the Senate bill, which has kind of spurred us to move quickly to get this in our ordinance so that we don't end up with a building or design that we're not happy with. But it is something that I think would be relatively challenging. I don't know that we will get a lot of these, so it is something we need to address, but we just need to keep in mind that there are a lot of criteria that applicants have to meet in order to qualify for this.
Gotcha. So there's it's fairly rigorous in terms of how, what can apply to this program. And that was kind of outlined, I think, one of the first slides. I don't have anything specific at this point. I'm assuming we can contact you with other questions or at a later date.
Yes.
Thanks.
Brett, thank you. Drew?
So nobody said this, but I'm going to say this. This scares the ever-loving bejesus out of me for a couple of reasons. It encourages bad design because it doesn't have a discretionary element associated with it. And so we can try to put essentially what is a form-based code kind of in an ordinance to try to control it, but at the end of the day, SB 35 says, well, you can only do this, 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 and this, right? So this scares me a lot, but at the same time, I'm also not scared because it's requiring prevailing wage, which would probably discourage developers from actually doing it because they have to pay their workers, an extra $25 an hour or whatever the heck it is between the differential between, the going rate and prevailing wage. So anyway, I'm just gonna say it. This scares me a lot, but I think if we can rein it in as best as we can try to meet our design guidelines. I guess I do have one question within the proposed, it's a little tiny thing, but under building design, number 5, you say window frames must be recessed a minimum of 2 inches from the surrounding wall plane. That effectively eliminates flanged windows, which are like your vinyl Marvin windows and stuff, which you would probably see on a lot of multifamily. So I'm questioning that one, just because, like, if you did a multifamily building that was siding, you would do a flange window with trim, and it would be kind of flush with everything. So that's one that I'm kind of scratching my head on. It's a nitty-gritty one. I think I wrote one other note here. Sorry, I want to check. Nope, that was it. That was the only thing. So scares me, and the 2-inch window thing, I don't think it's gonna fly.
Okay, we can strike that one.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Drew. My comments are specifically, I just want to go to page 10 of your presentation, proposed design standards. The first bullet was common facilities located to the interior rear of the project site. We have a lot of urban projects on these are all infill sites, and the idea of humanizing the street with a community center, the outreach, seniors library, guitar lessons, if you pull it inside the project, it's kind of sad that was written. Maybe the neighborhood knee-jerk was that it troubles and makes noisy a neighborhood when it actually gives it life, but I think that's kind of a silly one. The other thing on existing objective standards, development standards for zoning, district setbacks, minimum height, lot coverage. We have these affordable projects that, here's another layer for you, Amy. We've got concessions when we have density bonuses, 35% or better, even a 15% density bonus. That whole density bonus book was actually written to trigger and allow parking, building height, in at least 3 concessions. So I don't know how the state is going to connoiter, how they're going to negotiate. I can walk across J Street to L Street. It's the same town, but we have competing values here. We have the state of California, in one sense, incentivizing some design give and take for affordability. That's one part of Sacramento. The other is this bill, which is really looking at, let's take CEQA out of the picture and roll, and let's go. It is a little disconcerting that people talk about color, and there's so many things at play here because it isn't a scalable document. It's not talking about a downtown. In some ways, it's talking about maybe a quieter neighborhood. And here, I know Casey used to be in the Planning Commission. I think it was about 1992. Jane Bender and others led the way with the general plan to have overlays of attachment. We have very few 6,000-foot lot subdivision. Is it one every 4 years now you have of a project that is a standard subdivision with a 6,000? They're almost extinct. But here we have a general plan that is rallying forward with density. Maybe it isn't a collision, but I just want to be mindful that the state is aware that it's operating on simultaneous levels. And my hope in this is that there's some latitude per city. Like Drew, my final comment is actually having such a timeline, such a rally, the intersection of public works, of civil engineers doing all their work and having recordations and maps and linen signing along with the vertical with architecture, those tasks require multiple levels of review, cost review, referral. That's been your world for decades, is what in the wire basket circles back, is it already complete? Can I give the release letter of full approval so that a title company can memorialize a project? I'm only saying this, that life safety is important and that there's so much bandwidth people have, and if there's a lot of these coming in, there'll need to be some outsourcing of public works probably. I don't think they have the bandwidth to plan check all this and review it, but it could be great. It's really trying to forego CEQA. And I know you're spending a lot of money as a city. I think it was a $750,000 or almost $1 million up to downtown. Up to downtown. I'm sorry. That's 40. Up in the downtown is Superbucks, and that whole rally is dollars that you're doing. If it goes and it works, isn't that kind of already taking CEQA out of the picture? You're going to create a framework document that I can go to almost any site. So I empathize with you that you have to do calculus on 3 levels, and have fun, and please get sleep. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to just go ahead myself to keep the line going, and I don't have any further comments. I did think a lot of those comments were good. It's certainly more of a design-oriented review here. With that, I will ask Vice Chair Purser for any comments.
Well, I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, good luck. Because I think, as many of the comments here have indicated, this is very daunting to think about operationalizing. So thank you for coming to us, and think of us as a resource. We're happy to help. Just a couple of quick thoughts, because I noticed there are a couple of direct references to preservation districts or historic districts in here in terms of specific design elements, and I think that's good. And again, we are a resource, so come and talk to us. We can help with that. In particular, there are a couple of Cultural Heritage Board members who are absent tonight, who I think, because of their particular areas of expertise, could be really helpful in helping you navigate this. The one thing I'd like to say that's just my own personal perspective, in the city, across the city, we have some amazing examples of places where multifamily housing was inserted into single-family dwelling neighborhoods. In fact, they're all over our historic districts. And outside the historic districts, there are 4 squares, there are garden apartment complexes, there are little tiny 1920s motor courts. We've got a lot of built examples of how to do this in a way that would fit into the fabric of the city as a whole, in particular moving outside the downtown and looking at places where there's some pretty awesome infill opportunities out there. If we can pry some of that county land out of the county's hands, for example. And we've got a building inventory that would give us some really cool examples to at least be able to show to people thinking about these kinds of projects that would fit in the city. So just a thought.
Board Member Fennell.
So one of the questions that I had is how specifically does, reading through all of this, and my brain's been going for about half an hour now. How does this impact the Cultural Heritage Board with having purview over some of the infill in historic districts. We've had things that have come before our board that are still outstanding, and those would scare me to think about them being streamlined. And there was also another question about parking, where they talked about parking on there and said that parking, what was it, on number 11? Go ahead and take the first one.
Okay. So again, this would only apply to very specific projects that meet a pretty long list of requirements. So prevailing wage is a big one. They have to have a certain level of affordability. And then that infill site that they choose can't have any sort of environmental issue that's listed in the bill. And there's probably at least 30 to 40. I do think that, and as Jessica mentioned, that is really going to limit the number of projects that really qualify for this streamlining. The parking discussion.
There was on parking requirements, automobile parking standards shall not be imposed on a development that meets any of the following criteria. And the second one was the development is located within an architecturally and historically significant district. What does that mean? Is that it sounds like it would be chaos in those districts, but maybe it's just because my brain's gone. I don't know.
I think it might be the former, that it's just that they see that as a way to create more compatibility, so there wouldn't be a requirement for that one spot per unit.
Yeah, that would be a really tough one, because we're having, most of our historic districts are so close to the downtown, and the parking within those is crazy. And it would be chaos.
And it's not that a project couldn't propose some parking, it's just that they don't have to meet or to get an approval if it falls into one of those categories. So
yeah, I don't like the idea of infill things on lots within historic districts, just being able to go forward without some sort of check-in. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member McHugh.
I just want to understand, if there is a lot in a historical district and a person wants to go through the process of qualifying for SB 35, does that mean then that we have, as a member of the Cultural Heritage Board, have no discretion over what kind of structure is put on that lot, assuming that there's two housing units on it? Am I understanding that correctly?
If a project qualifies under SB 35, so it meets each one of those requirements, then no discretionary review is allowed per the Senate bill. So no CHB approval, no DRB approval, no Planning Commission approval, no director approval from the planning department. It's just, we have to check boxes and say, does it meet this standard? Does it meet this standard? Does it meet this standard? If it meets each of those standards, it's approved. And so that's why these objective design standards or the idea was to take the design guidelines and turn them into standards, although it's very challenging, is that we really want to keep a lot of this valuable perspective and be able to enforce it in these new developments. But it's tricky, and yes, there's no discretion allowed. Again, just for these few projects that might qualify.
Okay.
Just a clarifying question on top of that, these projects would still have to adhere to the current land use and zoning, or?
Yes.
So they're not looking for, like, when you say planning commission, they're still, they're not looking for zoning change or land use change or anything like that, so, okay.
Right, I cited the Planning Commission example for if there was maybe a major use permit that might be required for the multifamily housing.
Are they still density bonus eligible?
Yes.
Okay, Warren, would you do the honors, please? I think it's,
So if I could just quickly, I know a few of you mentioned the possibility of submitting comments later, which is completely fine. We would welcome any comments that you have. As Amy mentioned, this is very challenging to try and put something like this together. So just to give you an idea of time frame on when we might need that, we are looking at trying to get to the Planning Commission. So what Amy has put together is ultimately going to go into the form of an ordinance that would go into our zoning code. And so that requires review by the Planning Commission, who would then make a recommendation to City Council. So comments prior to heading to Planning Commission would be of the most use to us, and we are tentatively looking at going to the Planning Commission on their August 8th date, so August 8th. So if we could get any comments from you prior to that, that would be very helpful. Yes.
Thank you. Well, with that, we appreciate, again, such an august body being responsible, and it's under good care, so thank you for that. With that, we have board member reports. Can I turn to the CHB for any report you wish to share?
somehow I forgot about that item. Board members, any reports?
Nothing to report.
No.
Okay.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And for our board, are there any members? Okay. Hearing no department reports, prior to adjournment, I know that because of July, there's no July 4th meeting, and Patty's still awake there. So July 4th is off for the whole city. On the 18th, there has been I think it may involve the CHB too. There's a couple. There was
no, they pulled it.
They pulled it.
It was in lieu of this.
Okay, that's fine. So there may, and Patty's working on what may be a. So thank you.
Yeah, we sent out an email thinking that this joint meeting may not happen. So we preemptively sent an email to asking everybody what their availability was for that date for a possible joint meeting, but we no longer need that. But there may be some regular design review board items.
So there's no interest on the board to doing this twice again? All right, hearing that, we are going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.